Hello, you simple people. Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello. Hi, Eliza. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Background music gotten good. I spoke too late more often. Yeah. Don't tempt your fate, for real. Yes. Alright. We're live. We're live. We've got a couple of, little bit of drama, a little bit of other stuff. I've got some things. Actually, I should check Discord if some more requests came in, actually, real quick, before I do anything, actually. Huh. Didn't even think about that. It is warm. It's actually really warm. It's really... Bleh. It is... there's some stuff. There's some stuff. Interesting. Okay, cool. Casual geographic. Okay, we can add that. Sure. And, hello, and Steve. Hi, how are you doing? Okay. I don't think I've reacted to this one. Yeah, I'll put that in there. Hi, and Steve. Hi. That should be also by you. Okay, very good, very nice. Perfect. Then I think I got most stuff added that I needed, actually. Very good. Very good. Actually, let me check, because that video does seem familiar, actually, real quick. One of those videos. Could, of course, be something else, but just to make sure that I'm not double reacting. My cat's next to me. Ugh. It's already warm. Okay, no, I did not react to this. This is perfect. Then I don't mind. Good. Got some more things added to the great list of videos I want to get through today. Alrighty. Perfect. Water. I need water. It's incredibly warm. I hate it's 30 degrees. I hate it. Like, in this room's fine, but every other room's like really ass, I swear. It really is. Anyways, I think we'll just jump into the stuff. I don't have much to say. It was a pretty regular Sunday, nothing special. Yeah, I think we'll just jump into the stuff. My cat is cuddling. Help. Alright. And the music. We're actually starting with a WestJet video. I also have a Banana Juju video because I want to watch it. Simple reason being, I do want to look because of, like, I find this topic somewhat interesting and important, and I have a lot to say about that. So yeah, I do have a Banana Juju video in here as well. Rare occasion where I react to VTuber. Yes. 35 degrees here and outside working. Blah. Yeah, that's horrid, man. That sounds horrid. Kitty, yeah, she's just, oh, she wants attention. The old lady wants attention. The old woman, old cat woman. You old lady. Look at your gray beard. Already have a gray beard. Cute. Yeah. Enough with the kitty. I just heard my quails. Also fun. Alrighty then. Dude, I'm sweating like a pig, dude. What is this? I hate it. Anyways, we've got a video. We've got one. The first one I want to watch is a WestJet video. Massive Ludwig drama. To be fair, I don't know what this is about. I do not know. I've heard, like, there was some, it was gaming related, but I don't know. I in general have a few problem with Ludwig. He's a bit too, how do I put this? A bit too, he likes to, how do I put this? When he's involved or talks about certain drama, he likes to appease the masses more, and I kind of think he never says what he actually, like, thinks. and I don't really like that in particular. But yeah, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll just jump in and see what happened. What is going on here?
Massive day for the unemployed.
I just love it. I just love it when WestJet does that. Like, massive day for the unemployed. It's just so good.
Ludwig is in hot water and his house of cards on Twitch is falling down. The dude is a rat and a parasite that people are seeing through that. A couple days ago, I made a video about a streamer who got too drunk at Ludwig's event and started being weird towards the girls. But little did we know, Ludwig was enabling his behavior.
Hey, everybody!
Huh. Huh. So he's a sellout for public opinion. He very much is. Like, he's also, some people, like, are calling him a Hassan Dick Rider too, apparently. Some people do. I can neither confirm nor deny this. I just came back from the doctor. Okay. Hope you're doing fine.
Mango just blew a .32!
I'm no longer inviting Mango to Mobile News events. Cause like, you know, it's a privilege to go to an event, man. Like
Ludwig when Mango's blood alcohol concentration is 0.32.
Let's shoot for 40!
Accurate. I don't know. If you know somebody acts out when they drink, or somebody, like, you see somebody acting out when they drink, and you're enabling it, you shouldn't even be invited to your own events at this point. Not gonna lie. I'm not doing fine. Okay, what happened?
Okay, dude.
Okay, Mango is like an alcoholic. Mango can drink 30 beers and act the same he does off no beer.
Bro says Mango is an alcoholic and proceeds to invite him to his drinking event. Oh, and by the way, retards on Reddit, I'm not
Bro. So you invited somebody to a drinking event that should not be drinking alcohol because he looks at a beer. He just looks at it, and he immediately starts going crazy. Apparently tore spinster a spinster muscle. Okay, damn, that sounds terrible. Hope you're getting well soon again. Hopefully that doesn't take too long to heal. Why do you invite somebody to a drinking event when they cannot handle alcohol?
defending Mango either. It's almost like two things can be true at once. Wow.
Sometimes my genius it's almost frightening.
He's a machine of a
He
man.
said he had 7 beers already today.
If you ask him how many beers he's had lifetime, it's probably above 10,000. He's the two-time champion. He's never lost.
We got a new PB! Guys, Mango just blew a .25!
Bro is trashed. A .25?
Look at this homie. Look at him. You're like, yeah, bro, what? That's like inviting an arsonist to a bonfire, pretty much. He invited somebody that is not supposed to drink. Actually. And they are all actually, in fact, pushing him to drink more. You cannot say, oh, he drank too much and then started acting weird towards the females. Well, it's not an excuse. Like, drinking and being, like, drunk is not an excuse. But at the same time, you're not innocent if you enable it. Well, Ludwig, you should probably not be invited to any events either. Just saying.
Life is not a joke. He weighs between like 160 and 180 pounds. He's had about like 11 or 12 drinks at this point.
Mango just blew a .32.
That is my guy. Hey, everybody! Mango just blew a .32!
To be clear, that is dangerous. That's not good. That's not good. That's dangerous.
Let's up those numbers!
I know why people don't like him. I realize now why people really don't like him. Or a lot of people have a very dislike. I mean, people already started him disliking him when Amaranth, like the Amaranth situation happened, where it was like, oh, she's like a really hardworking creator and like go support her. Yes, undressing yourself is a really hard worker.
In the moment, he's encouraging it, having a vibe, but then when reality sets in, he's like, by golly, a drunk guy did something stupid. I gotta distance myself.
Now, I see a lot of dialogue on, like, broader implications. I'm only worried about my team,
Self.
Everybody, get your second race ready to go.
Wait, do it. Oh, sorry. I thought you were Mango. I got confused.
Fucking me. You just fucked me from behind. Get off me. Oh my god. He thrust so nicely.
Yeah, the exhale there is right, dickweed.
Yeah, I can tell. Bro was like, fuck, I made a mistake. Maybe that was the realization. I have made a mistake. It's just terrible. Especially if you know what he's like drunk. Don't bring him around women while he's drunk. And even more, don't let him drink. Those thoughts occur after the event, not before or during. Because, you know, these people don't think. Anyways, so much as I enjoy drama, I'm a dip now. Have fun. Take care, Dreamwarden. Have a nice day. As far as you can, I guess. Or as much as you can.
When you see your friend there in that situation, you should probably help him and, you know, get him out of there. Even Mango's wife saw this and responded to the situation. Let's check this out. But since I'm not bound by Keo as a civilian, at Ludwig, I watched you on stream asking for Mango to take shots. Of course, your little teeny bopper viewer ass wants to pretend that never happened. People were vomiting at your event and you never once decided to pull.
Fuck Ludwig. Oh, my homies hate Ludwig. Accurate. Yeah. I guess he really is. Kind of a snake. Why there's so many? Why are all of these big content creators just snakes? What is this? Won't hold me back. Yeah, go ahead, enjoy.
Ludwig. All my homies hate Ludwig. I hope you enjoy your grace for banning Mango while encouraging him to get f***ing wasted. F*** you, Lud. Word for word. I need to do a shot. Where's Mango? And then people wonder, why do people hate Ludwig? He's such a good guy. The #2 political streamer himself even called him a golden retriever.
People hate Ludwig.
Okay, I have the confirmation. Dick Rider!
Ludwig, dude, think about that. This man is a fucking golden retriever. He is mathematically crafting takes that are the most kind, empathetic, and inoffensive you can possibly be.
Funnily enough, Hassan Adolf Diddy Bin Laden Piker here
Hassan Adolf Diddy Bin Laden Piker, I love it. Yeah, the thing is actually this, which is really interesting. I don't believe people that act like this. If you're overly positive, if you're overly, like, all sunshine and rainbow, I do not trust you. I've learned this from being a VTuber, where this behavior is very prevalent. We call this toxic positivity. I do not trust you. Something's off. If all your takes are like kind and inoffensive, if all your beliefs are kind, or like if all your beliefs are inoffensive, then something's wrong. Then I feel like if you don't offend somebody with your beliefs, then you kind of don't stand for anything at all. Just saying. It's because Hassan's opinions hold so much weight, such a good guy. Yeah. The goodest guy of them all, Hassan, calling somebody else good. Wink.
described why people hate Ludwig.
Golden retriever.
Yeah, he literally is a dog. Old Yeller, and your time has come. It's time for you to wrap it up. No party like a Luddy party.
No, I don't think Ludwig...
Bro. No party like a Luddy party. Oh, wait. Wait, I have the I need to write this down. Give me a second. Notes. I need this as the title for this video. Notes. Straight up notes. I need this. No party. Like a Luddy. Party. Perfect. Perfect. This will be the video title.
Deserves haters either. But he still gets them.
I'd argue Ludwig doesn't deserve fans for his inauthenticity, but I'm not gonna lie, his main channel videos are good. Like, objectively, they are good. Like, I'm not baselessly gonna hate on him, you know, he has his moments. You know, that chess boxing stuff sponsored by Fadsley, that's tough. May Allah drone strike.
What the f... Okay, that's a bit much. That's a bit much, but yeah. If you get a sponsorship by Fansly, I don't particularly consider you the most moral. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Michael Ludwig. Spending all night goading the alcoholism of a friend you've known for 10 years, then publicly disowning them when it goes south is crazy work.
That's dangerous.
Let's up those numbers!
TBF, Mango is an adult that's responsible.
That Luigi hat, that L on that hat, gives this a completely new dimension. He's not just... He not only has L tags, but he also is a walking L. He literally has his L on his head. May Allah wet. Drone strike. Drone strike, Ludwig. That's crazy work. That is insane to pull that up.
Well, for his own actions, yeah, no Sherlock. Never said otherwise, but it's slimy to egg him on all night, be in the frame of all the clips, watch the harassment all night, not ask him to leave, but then publicly disown him the next day after the clips blow up, lol. You know, at the end of the day, even bouncers kick people out from nightclubs that are throwing up or being, you know, too belligerently drunk, so if you're hosting an event, I feel like you should, you know, be responsible. With friends like Ludwig, you don't even need enemies. Guy's a massive...
Very true. Also, why? How? Like, these streamers and content creators just don't understand that this will all end up online. So why do you not make sure that if somebody misbehaves, you remove them? Because if you don't remove them, you become the target. It's like the same with like people like TwitchCon and stuff where horrid shit happens because Twitch doesn't do anything. And people still go there. That's interesting. It's just like, if somebody at your event acts up, you remove them. If you don't, well then you're just as much to blame. And this is not the only streamer event where this happens.
Of POS who only cares about his image. Now, if you're missing context from this situation, maybe you missed my last video or God forbid you have a job. Nevertheless, Mango actually lost his gaming organization and stopped being invited to pro tournaments, which is, you know, a pretty big hit to him. You know, Ludwig was quick to jump into the fray disavowing Mango, but as soon as everyone turns on him, he's radio silent, dropping merch and, you know, ignoring everyone. Quick to address someone else's drama, but never your own. Spike would never. You know, that's literally death by 1,000 cuts. Bankai. For a second, my love for Bleach almost distracted me from my hate for Ludwig. You know, even the virgins on Reddit were unhappy about this one. This was going generational on
Livestream fails. I like looking at livestream fails occasionally because the misbehaving gets views. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, bad publicity is still publicity, I guess. Though, for Mango, that didn't go quite so well.
livestream fail. Ludwig ignores concerns he might be enabling Mango's alcoholism. Yeah, that's not a great look. Hindsight is 20/20, but knowing someone is an alcoholic and being asked directly if you think you're enabling them and hand-waving, it is not great. You can't expect him to be an expert at dealing with an addict, but encouraging someone that blew a 0.25 to see if they can go higher? Jesus. You see, this is what's called a functioning alcoholic, and this is to go even further beyond. Cheering for a 0.32 blood alcohol is crazy work. Seriously, that's actually dangerous. And you know, when Reddit's the voice of reason, you know you're cooked. Despite pushing 40, Pokimane here was actually the voice of reason as well.
7 beers already today.
You know, her spike...
Pokimane, but it's Valkyrie. Yeah. Yeah, you basically were enabling somebody, pushing somebody to go to the hospital involuntarily by pushing him to drink more. You are not an innocent, good little golden retriever. You're a dick. You're not just a dick. You're also a coward. You're not just a coward. You're also a bitch.
Lady senses are tingling. She's like, eee.
Okay, Mango is like an alcoholic.
Girls, fear not. Mango's an alcoholic. He can handle a couple of beers.
So I feel really bad about that. And
who would have ever predicted if you give an alcoholic some liquor, something would happen, huh?
I am the liquor.
Julian.
I could have hired an Indian to edit this, but I did it myself, so subscribe. Also, is it just me, or I feel like there's a lot of liability recording these cringy streamer drinking parties? Like, when alcohol's involved, you never know what's gonna happen, so I think this is a rookie mistake in itself.
WestJet, Mango's like 40. He should be handling...
It's not just like, why are these streamer events always escalating like this? Why are these streamer events always like weird shit is happening? From dudes getting friend-zoned and dogpiled of it. That's one of the more tame things. To like making an pushing an alcoholic to drink more, weird behavior, spiked drinks, people being inappropriate with each other. Why? Why is this so prevalent?
his own liquor.
Guys, Mango just blew a .25!
You know, at least Miskiff wasn't there, because we all know he would have covered it up.
For legal reasons, that's a joke. If you're having him blow a breathalyzer and being like, oh my god, he's like triple the legal limit, you're part of the problem. Wouldn't you be like, hey, I'm Ludwig, I'm almost 30 years old. I probably know that this guy shouldn't be drinking.
Yeah, but then again, we have people like iDubbbz who discovered empathy at the ripe age of 32. Is it just me, or do we have a lot of adult infants? Like, it might just be me.
Yo, I like this guy. He called out his age instantly.
Taking advantage of somebody with substance problems for entertainment purposes, and then when it goes wrong, you just blame them. He harasses these women all night, and they don't do... Why doesn't Ludwig stop this sooner?
No, it's because genuinely Ludwig thought nothing was wrong with it until he started getting backlash.
But also, like, from my perspective, and just to, like, give, like, what my perspective is, it's really difficult when there are a lot of people in a lot of different areas to keep eyes on everybody and see what they're doing.
Wrong. I mean, that would make sense if Mango literally wasn't the center of attention during all of this.
Very true. Like, from what I can hear and see, it appears that Mango was the only one acting out this hard. He was the center of the attention. He was the main course, so to speak. You cannot tell me that Ludwig did not notice this.
Tectone with hair had a good take here.
Instead of Ludwig blaming all of this on Mango, I think he should stop doing events with alcohol. If you want to be a squeaky clean advertiser, brand-friendly content creator...
These guys have been friends for a while, and to me, Ludwig just feels like a piece of shit. I think people would also respect Ludwig a lot more if instead of, you know, putting everything on Mango, he came out and acknowledged that he was enabling him in a way.
Let's up those numbers!
Like, I'd be so done. Like, we would no longer be we would no longer make content together. We would no longer be seen together. I'd no longer be friends with you. Like, it'd just be over. Because, like, dude, you basically, with friends like him, you don't need enemies. Basically backstabbing, and I absolutely hate that. Again, not to apologize Mango, because there's multiple things, right? Mango should have never attended this event because he knows he's an alcoholic. Ludwig knows that he's an alcoholic and should have never invited him. And if he did invite him into the streamer event, he should have not let him drink. But again, these people, they don't know this because they're adult infants. Taking with hair is a crazy way to describe Asmongold. Accurate though. I mean, kinda, yeah. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, sure. Asmongold with hair, Tectone with hair, that works. Ew, Ludwig. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, he's kind of ew.
He did. A lot of these streamers are genuinely stunted. If you see that their age is 33, in their head, they're actually 23 because, you know, outside of university or, like, whatever, they actually haven't had much real-world experience. They sort of live in their own bubble, and that bubble's about to Pup. Even the 43-year-old Genshin Impact player.
30. A new foe has appeared. Challenger approaching. The bald man. The 34-year-old virgin Genshin player. Very much. How poker do you have drama? I've never been in drama. Nassan Dick Rider, Diddy Drug Party player, Osama bin Laden terrorist supporter, something Piker. Thanks, Nux Taco credit deserved for original nickname. That's a whole lot of names for homie.
Player chimed in.
I think Ludwig is a liar. I think he's a snake, and I think he would throw anybody under the bus to avoid a hate threat of his own. Ludwig, when you invite your friend, a known alcoholic, you will know that his weaknesses, that his vices will be there, and you don't get him kind of drunk. You get him 4 times past the legal limit, double blackout drunk, near fatal levels of intoxication. You point the camera at him, you say, good job, do more.
Ludwig. All my homies hate Ludwig.
Exactly. But that's what happened. Do more. Do more. Again, give this a week or 2, and everyone's like, Ludwig is such a good person. He's such a good boy. He would never do anything to a fly. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, toxic positivity. I do not trust you if you act like this. I'm sorry.
Hey, yo, just blew a .32!
Unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
He blew us up again. Keep blowing away from Japan YouTubers. Wait, did something happen there too? I didn't even know that. That's interesting. Yep, that's the end of the video. What do I have to say? Very simple. If Ludwig does an event, keep your eyes open. He might enable you to do something and then backstab you after it. Yeah, I hate snakes. I hate these weird people that backstab their friends, that enable people to do horrid shit. He should have never been there to begin with. Mango, that is, should have never been there to begin with. These alcohol events, they're stupid. Always weird shit happens when alcohol is involved. Like I said, spiked drinks, this. Just don't. Just don't. Well, one more reason to hate Ludwig. Ludwig stole a van. Ludwig stole a van? You have officially summoned me. Hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. That's interesting. Tecton and Asmongold, bald and balder. Make this video 9/11 using a bomb at the end is a choice. Now that I realize this, yes, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. That is, in fact, the choices of all choices. That's crazy. That's funny. You have officially summoned me by saying keep your eyes open. Okay, sure. Yeah, that works. That works, yeah. Okay. The next video I need to watch, I need to wait until Samax is here for the stuff, so, I think we do a classic. Actually, do we do a Hood classic? Nah, we'll do this one. As much as I know all the clips about this one, I never really watched the entire video. The only thing I know is the sun is a deadly laser. But yeah, here's the history of the entire world, I guess, by Bill Warts. Yeah. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll jump in. Let's go. Never seen this one fully. Just clips and memes.
Hi, you're on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad.
That's a plane.
I'm sad. I miss you.
How did this happen?
A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere. It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets.
Did he basically just explain, like, the starting of everything? Like, literally? Can't wait to be educated, for real, for real. What the fuck? I was like, huh? Wait, did something freeze? Did nothing happen? Forget this.
Forget this. I want to be something, go somewhere, do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Oh, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of? Quarks and stuff. Ah, that's a thing.
Quarks and stuff, and dark matter that we don't know what to do with because we can't detect it. Very interesting, very interesting. Happy Sunday, Poke. Happy Sunday to you too, tourist. So I'm shiny hunting for a friend, but rares are so good in Korumbon, and I'm scared that I won't be willing to give it to the guy. What do I do? Why are you offering to shiny hunt for somebody? We're not giving it. Don't want to give it away anyways.
In a place. Don't like it? Try a new place. At a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1 jillion degrees. Great news. The quarks are now happily married in groups of 3 called a proton or a neutron.
Ew! Everything's polyamorous! Ugh.
And there's something else flying around too that wants to join in but can't because it's still too... Great news. The protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great news, the electrons have now joined in. Congratulations, the world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. It's a star.
It's a star. These things can get ginormous, like absolutely humongous, like queso levels of large. It's actually crazy. By the way, Poke, I got another VTuber in my For You page. He had a similar avatar as you and wearing the same fit as you. OG fit, the one in your YouTube channel icon. A copycat. Nah. Happens.
New shit just got made. Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit. Space dust! Which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made and then die and explode into even crazier space dust.
Even crazy space dust. Yeah, I like to look at what kind of formations just are in space. Like really, there's like really crazy shit. They found a asteroid that looks like a skull. I mean, there's a ginormous mountain on Mars. It's just crazy. It's just wild. It's crazy. It's crazy. I find that very, very interesting. I love to learn about space facts. It's really cool. Big up God for this, for real, for real. I told him his avatar is similar as your, and he saw your avatar, and dude has the audacity to say his avatar is better than your. I reported him. I don't really care. My channel's bigger. Outshine them by being a better retard. Works. Shies look just so good. I don't know if it will. So I need to consult on a shiny hunter. How am I supposed to tell you that, man?
So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things. Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks. And it kind of made a mess, which is now... Weather update, it's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update, those rocks...
Yeah, our ass was hit. Our ass was hit with another, possibly with another planet, which is really interesting. And that formed the moon. Which, in this case, the moon is part of Earth, technically. Look, if I never look at you, I think 2 billion years of evolution for this. Yeah, but I'm peak. I'm peak. You're the best retard? Yay! Germany reminded twice in this video, Poke, can you predict what it will be about? Okay. World War II. World War I. It just makes sense.
Might have had water inside them, and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update, cooler temperatures today, and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update, it's raining. Severe flooding alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert. That's land. There's life in the ocean. What? Something's alive in the ocean. Oh cool, like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and eats chemical soup, which is being served hot and fresh, made from...
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I also like to learn about, like, things like animals from the past, like in that one period where the bugs are like ginormous creatures. Like, dude, Dream 1 would be happy about this one. One if your guesses is right. Yeah, that was to be expected. You're not Peak. Yeah, you are Sway, that's fine. You are Sway. If that's not Peak, retard, Peak, retard, yep.
Gnarly space ingredients left over from when it was raining rocks or whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling...
So basically one of the first DLC, essentially, was reproduction. Sex! Asexual sex!
it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean?
Now you can eat sunlight.
Using a revolutionary technique, you can convert sunlight into food.
Taste the sun.
Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue. Then the Earth might have been a snowball for a while, maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge, it's a plant, it's a worm, and some other types of weird, strange water bugs and strange fish.
This motherfucker was an apex predator back then. Like, homie was him. Homie was actually him. Where's the horseshoe crab though? When is that one happening? But yeah, homie was an actual threat.
The Cambrian explosion.
Wow, that's animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun
is a deadly laser.
Oh, okay.
Not anymore, there's a blanket.
Now the animals can go on land. Come on, animals.
No more, I don't know, sex from the first one cell creature, but they duplicate themselves somehow. Yeah, that's pretty much, like I said, asexual sex. We got the sex DLC before anything else.
Animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs. And fish. Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to have
babies.
Learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg. Water is in the egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me.
Bye-bye, ocean.
And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure.
Yeah, the bugs were ginormous. Like, these bugs, they had like a wingspan of like I don't know, like modern bird, like ginormous birds. Like, bro, these guys were humongous. These guys were absolutely humongous.
Oh fuck, now everything's dead. Just kidding, here are the survivors. Keep your eye on this one because it's about to become the dinosaurs.
It's also like, we had so many extinction events on Earth. Like, it's crazy. Like, you look back and there was an extinction event when we were around, right? We humans. And like, it wiped out the the biggest part of the population back then. It's crazy. And we still came out on top. Get that, dinosaurs.
Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart. Don't worry about it. It does that all the time. Here comes a meteor.
And the dinosaurs are gone.
It's mammal time. Here.
That's technically not entirely true, because even birds technically fall into the same category as dinosaurs. Same with like crocodilians and stuff, so that's technically not true. I wonder how Pocus will sound in autotune. Oh no. That human helped stuff extinct. See? Apps, humans, supremacy. Peak human.
Here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're gonna dominate the world, and one of them just learned how to grab stuff. And walk. No, like, walk like that. And grab stuff at the same time. And bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Ouch. And set things on fire. Youch. And make crazy sounds with their voice. Knirsch, which can mean different things.
That's a human person.
Yapping DLC acquired. The Japanese. Also, did I just hear breasts? I love those.
And now they're everywhere. Almost.
Ice Age.
What? You can walk over here? Cool.
Not anymore.
Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet. And they're chasing their food. Fuck it. Time to plant some grass. Look at this. I control the food now. Now everyone will want to be my...
Is that the peak definition of touch grass? Touch grain. Humans are domesticated monkeys. Change my mind. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. When we look at other domesticated creatures, pets, animals, wouldn't that have the same effect? Why are we so much different? Also, how does Domestication means something tries to tries to domesticate you. So what tried to domesticate us? Are you saying we are an experiment made by aliens and aliens domesticated us? I guess we need the tinfoil hat. Not got the grabbing update yet. Terrible grip strength for real. Booby's ass. Booby superiority.
Friend and live near me. Let's all build houses, except mine is bigger because I own the food. This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using rocks for everything?
Whose house is bigger in Africa though? None of them have food. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Use metal. It's underground. Better farming was just invented in a sweet dank valley right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping.
Guess what happens next?
More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And more people come and there's more farming and more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power.
Society.
Coming soon to a dank river valley near you. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, the horse is probably being tamed. Why is all my valley near you? Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, the horse is probably being...
Why does... You mean slavery? That's pretty much what... That's pretty much what Coco's is saying, slavery. Very accurate, very accurate. Peak. Maybe you're an alien, but you're hiding it. What if I am? What are you gonna do then? I'm gonna brainwash all of you. But why do early horses kinda look like Down syndrome? This horse is down.
being tamed. Why is all my metal so lame and lumpy? Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing bronze, made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what? Egypt. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also, China. And did I mention?
Indus River Valley Civilization.
Indus River Valley Civilization. Interesting. Never knew that. Never heard of that one before. Some fish came out of the ocean and now we have to pay taxes. Fuck this shit. That's why I'm saying slavery never ended. We just call it a 9 to 5. We just call it a job. Early human didn't exactly look great. Leave the horses alone. Yeah. True. I mean, early humans literally literally were monkeys almost. Who is the first animal working with human? I think it is. I think actually dogs, wolves were probably first actually, because that would probably be more accessible.
The Middle East is getting more complicated. Maybe because it's in the middle of the East. Knock knock, or clop clop. It's
not like it isn't complicated now, is it?
The people with the horses, and they made an empire, and then everyone else copied their horses. Greeks! Ah, look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley Civilization.
The first society, was it the Romans? It was either Greek or the Romans that had the first femboys. I could be wrong.
They're gone. Guess who's not gone?
China. New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras and stuff.
You could make a religion out of this. There's the Bronze Age collapse.
Now the Phoenicians can get down to business.
Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel.
And they believe in God.
Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge...
Wait, let me read those, actually.
Tribes of Israel.
And they believe in God.
Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step...
I am God, no one else is God. Third, don't make fun of my name. Fourth, you can't take Saturday off. Saturday? Wasn't it Sunday? Wait. False information. Wait. Was it Saturday back then? Now it's Sunday? I thought it was Sunday. Regardless. Do what your parents say? Kinda. Don't murder anyone, true. Don't get too sexy, true. Don't rob anyone, very true. Don't lie about other people in court, very true. Don't want to do any of the things I just told you not to do. That's interesting. Horses been domesticated in 3600 BC, while dogs been domesticated in 20,000 BC. Cats been domesticated in 8,500 BC. Okay. Why does bro want Greek femboys? No. I do not. I just said that that's where they came from. For Jews, it's always was Saturday. Okay. Okay. That makes okay.
Program. Here's some huge heads. Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some colonies. The Greeks
Damn, Hassan should get one of those.
copy their idea and make some colonies. The Phoenicians made a colony so big it makes colonies. Here comes the Assyrian Empire. Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median.
It's the Persian Empire.
Wow, that's big. Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea.
The Greeks were the first to get the critical thinking DLC. Wow, so many upgrades. I've also seen frogs domesticated in 12K and 15K years ago. You mean dogs, not frogs. What the heck? Slight spelling error. Evaporated.
Of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire evenly between them. Knock knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye.
Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India.
But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings?
Merchants, probably. And they've got spices.
Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies.
Well, then that went south real quick. That went south quite quick.
Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city. Let's check the Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews. Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular and is then arrested and killed for being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a...
Accurate.
religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China. They just made a
Brand new road to the world.
Or you can get their own water. Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast. That's a good place for an epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum is getting so powerful they would like to build a long stick. Has anyone populated Madagascar yet? Let's do it together.
Populating some guy. Yeah, some guy. Which is crazy. The religion that Poker follows, nice. I need water. It's so hot, dude. Holy shit, it is warm. How much do we have? Ah, crispy! Nice! 33 degrees Celsius! I feel like a fried chicken. And I'm not a chicken.
China's home again. Then it broke again.
Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels.
Hell yeah, now we got business.
Said the Ghana Empire, selling lots of gold and slaves. Hi, I live...
Yeah, but they were also milking the camels. But fun fact. Yep, there's people drinking camel milk. It is what it is.
in the Roman Empire, and I was wondering...
Is loving Jesus legal yet?
No. Actually, okay, sure, said Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main rival. Don't worry about Rome, it won't fall.
It's the golden age of India.
There's...
Wait, India has a golden age? Had a gold... Yo, Joe! Literally! Poker follows the religion of some guy. Definitely not. I'm following the religion of... the guy. Not just any guy. Can humans stop milking things, please? They milk each other, they milk other things. If you could milk fish, they would milk fish. I don't know. They could milk anything.
The Gupta Empire, not Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra. The first. Guess who's in Rome?
Barbarians.
What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire. Or actually just half of it. The other half is just fine. But it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name.
The Mayans have figured out the stars.
Oh, and here's a huge city. Population everyone. The Goat Turks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe.
Population everyone. Well, that didn't continue for that long because they got cooked. They got absolutely cooked. They even milk bulls. They even take bulls' testicles. Fun fact: Shaolin Kung Fu was taught by an Indian guy, aka Bodhid Harma. I don't know how to pronounce that. Right name. Yeah, we had one, but then the British happened. The British! The British Empire. Aura.
Great job, Goat Turks. How's India? Broken. How's China?
Back together.
How's those trading kingdoms?
Bigger and there's more of them.
Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom. It's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the...
Fun fact. Sunrise is also a chocolate bar. Here in Germany. Really interesting. Because in German, what do you think about the angry German kid? Not good, not good. Because this actually almost ruined homie's life. I think now he makes music. And it's not even, it's actually kind of good.
Cube where everyone worships gods, and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this, and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long gone, but somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's
new kingdoms all over Europe.
I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the
Islamic Golden Age.
Let's bring stuff to the coast and sell it and become the Swahili on the Swahili coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be part of the Roman Empire. Then the Franks broke their kingdom into what will later be called France and not France. The Northerners are...
Friends and not friends. Friends and not friends is great. Should have been both not friends and not friends.
Just Norse if you don't have much time, are exploring. They go north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name them accordingly. They also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kiev.
That's no longer accurate. There were black Vikings. Said no one ever with a healthy mind.
Rus? Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you...
Germany mentioned. Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox. Okay, we have two here. Obviously, this one. Me, this one. Friends, not friends. France. I mean, they're not friends.
Like, mine's better, mine's better, mine's better. Time to conquer England, said William. It's a bird, it's a plane.
Neither's better. We should be working together, not fighting each other. There's so much fighting in Christian Twitter and Christian VTuber Twitter. Occasionally. That's much more a rare case.
It's the Seljuk Turks,
said the Byzantine Empire, who's getting so small it almost doesn't exist anymore. We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey, Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade.
Crusade!
They did many crusades, some of which almost didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans.
Hello, Toltecs.
Goodbye, Toltecs.
Goodbye. Gone. Annihilated. You mean World War III? Yeah. Hey, it's not gonna be our fault this time. I hope so. I do hope so. If it is, well, fuck. Guess we're going against round 3 against France.
Text.
Hello, Mississippi.
Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing. And the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time.
Yeah, cooked. Fun fact. Genghis was so effective at making babies that there's still plenty of people that have DNA in them there's also, like, from him, he was so effective at what he was doing that it literally lowered the carbon footprint around that time. Crazy, huh? Third time's the charm. Yep. And while we're at it, second time with the British. Round 2. Yep. My bad. World War 3 will happen in our time. Hell nah. No. Oh, nope. No.
Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India. Is it Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time. I just found out where the Swahili gets all their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there. Right in the middle of Africa. The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said. The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you
True.
least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majapahit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to
What a tongue twister. Very interesting. Never heard of that before.
care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer, let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the
The Renaissance was one of the worst cultural periods when it came, like, for the Middle Age. It was actually crazy. Like, it was actually wild that that was the case. Really interesting. Because, like, it painted the Middle Age as, like, this dark age where, like, of, like, dread and evil, and it's, like, very interesting. Very interesting. Which wasn't actually true. They were actually more advanced than people may actually think. It wasn't dark by any stretch of the imagination. Huh. Sometimes my history courses work.
Ottoman Turks. Nice job, Ottoman Turks. Oops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade. What? That's bullshit, said Portugal. Spiceless.
Well, I guess we'll have to find another.
Could you tell a Portuguese then, if they act out, that they have spiceless behavior? That's crazy.
Way to India.
Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey, Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No. Please? No.
If you don't behave, I'm going to purge the entire chat except Joe and Eliza and Cocos. I'll purge both of you. What is this politics bullshit again? Especially tourists. You want to eat that perma so bad. You want to eat that perma-ban dick so deep down your throat that you never come back. What is this bullshit? Get out of here. I'm about to throw some slurs. Life on stream. Motherfucker. And wine too. Why everyone wants India? I don't know. Seems useful. Oh, what about me? GT, you're fine. You're fine. What the fuck I did? All of you. You're enabling it! Cricket! Ignore him! The best way to deal with tards is to ignore them. I don't know why everyone's India. Oh, so you're Indian. Can I have it?
Please? No. Please? Okay. So he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean, and then discovers the Indies and Japan. Let's draw a line to decide who gets which half of the world. The Aztec and Inca empires are off to a great start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many royal families they might have to start.
Yeah, Europe said, oh, you are not really... First of all, not only did they wipe out each other with the help of the Europeans, they also wiped out each themselves with sicknesses, which is really interesting. Still many whites don't use it. Mostly Americans. Mostly. Just don't hide me, Poga. I won't discuss politics again. Good boy. You get a head pat.
Marrying each other. Move over, Lithuania. Here comes Moscow. Ivan wants to make Russia great again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 reasons why, said Martin Luther in his new book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big, which it is now? What if Russia was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real. And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1. Can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2. Steel...
Bobber. They had bobber. Beavers. Get them pelts. Wait, yeah, beavers. Sea otters also got cooked. Or was it regular otters? I don't know. One of them got so cooked that there at one point were just 50 of those. That's crazy.
Steal the spice trade. That's not a question, but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable, you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world. More specifically, Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year...
Ohio. Ooh, Ohio was already a meme back then, I guess. I want sea otter as a pet, sure. The Dutch my people, kinda. Them said Amsterdam, stone break. We gonna steal some lands for real.
Discussion, giving Prussia a chance to show Austria who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France helps them win. Now France is broke. And Britain will have to send their prisoners to a different continent. Wait, if France is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said...
Disgusting prisoners sent them to Australia. That may explain a lot of it. Actually, why it's the dark continent.
Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off until someone eventually got mad and cut his head off. You could make a No, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves, who free themselves by killing their masters. Why didn't we think of this before? Wait, who's in charge of France now? Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe. Luckily, they banished him to an island. But he came back. Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American Wars of Independence.
They really removed this guy that far away? But also, short man, better pack some, just like, you know, you better pack some winter clothes when you try to go against Russia.
Independence. Britain just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make
many different types of machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast.
Then they invent some trains and conquer India and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain.
Yay, India, again.
Buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which worked, actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to stop each other from conquering Afghanistan. Also, the
Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now.
That's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to...
He just put that random fact in there and said, yep, that's where he lives. Britain! Aura.
to govern themselves now. Nope, said Britain, governing them even harder than before.
Technology is about to go crazy.
The United States finally figured...
The Hippo what? The Hippo mobile? And engines, yeah, that makes sense. We're having too much India today. Yeah, your country catches a lot of strays. That's crazy.
The United States finally figured out whether slavery is good or bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued manifesting their destiny, which is to kill...
Yeah, slavery is bad. Let's invent new slavery. Ah, yes. The perfect one. The one where you believe you are free, but you're not actually free. Interesting. We call that a job and a 9 to 5 and taxes. Which I got Napoleon wasn't short. He used to surround himself with tall soldiers, so everyone called him short. Short. Pretty sure he was at least 170 centimeters. Short. I'm short. Most of our history is us throwing a hissy fit and managing to conquer countries in the process. Accurate. Accurate.
To the natives and take their land and maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see
What the fuck? That escalated.
who could rape it the fastest.
What?
Britain and France are still hungry. The United States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more.
Cuba.
Wait, Spain controls Cuba. Well, blame something on them and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the two oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go. China is so tired of being bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government. Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I. Look at those guns. It's gonna be a great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same.
Communism in the Soviet Union.
One of the worst things ever happening. Because a lot of people died because of that. Never tolerate. For me, the communists are on the same level as the Nazis. I need to filter people. Occasionally.
The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire's gone, so we can give the
Jewish people a place to live.
Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the remains of the not-so-Ottoman-anymore empire.
Except Turkey. Turkey makes a brand new Turkey.
And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great forever. Just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the angry mustache model, and he's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they raped Nanking way too hard. They should probably just deny.
Literally crash out over a group of people. Huh. That sounds familiar with a lot of other people nowadays. They all give me the same energy. Without the war there.
Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before they could explain it to him.
You know what's actually interesting? When you look at like stuff, how long it took for some countries to be conquered, and it's like some countries are like, oh, a few hours, and then they quit and say, yeah, I give up, I surrender. Like bro was in fact going crazy. Like, he was taking countries over in like days.
World War II.
Bonus round, Pacific Showdown. United States versus Japan. Fight. Finish it.
Extinction bomb. Twice. Extinction bomb. Twice. Just straight up twice.
Let's unite all the nations and have some world peace. Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, two Pakistans.
It's actually kind of completely outlandish. Like, to me, that's very outlandish that worked. Some dude started a revolution by, hunger strike. Yay.
Them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy.
Psych, they both get angrier.
Look out, China. There's a new China in China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks, said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the two global superpowers. They're having a friendly debate over which economic system is good and which...
At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter because they're both dying. Currently, as it stands, that didn't work well. That didn't go quite so well for both countries.
Which one is an evil virus of Satan? And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs. I'll race you to space. Now let's make some more countries fight themselves. Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay. Technology's better too, that might keep happening. The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so...
Yeah, and we kick out communism. at least and focus on what works best. Yep, that worked somehow. But TLDR, until I said Hitler was mentioned in the meeting British. Yeah, China dying. What? Not China. Not China. North Korea and South Korea. That was about North Korea and South Korea. Though China has similar issues, because they have way too many old people. And they fucked themselves with like the one-child policy as far as I'm aware. Ah, the European Union. Until the British said, yeah, we good, no more.
Now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops, someone just attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything? Surprise, it's on the computer. Now your phone's a computer, which is in your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe is warming.
And the ocean is full of plastic.
Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how.
Yeah, let's save the planet, not knowing how. Oh, let's crash our economy for the planet. Oh, now we're not able to save the planet anymore. Because, fun fact, if you want to save the world, you need money to save the world. Crazy, huh? We will see about Korea. Oh yeah, we will certainly see. 2035. That's not that long. That's just 10 years. Hi, Salmax. How are you doing? Everything good?
Invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
Thanks for watching history. Thanks for making it. Well, not history, but the video. It was fun to watch. I never watched the full thing. You will see me quote a few things, probably. The best one is still the sun is a deadly laser. But yeah, it was interesting to see how everyone wants India. Maybe in the future, someone will want India again. Who knows? We'll see about it. We'll see. Crazy. That was crazy. So where the hell are we? In the universe, that's for sure. In the galaxy. Bro, I'm tired of eating. Would you elaborate? Also, didn't you try and say that you want to lose weight again because you could feel that you were getting fat? Something's off. Anyways, we had this. That was a recommendation. Now we'll do this. It's time. India could not catch a break. They never will. We'll do this. Get ready.
Meet Lily.
We need to do this. Get ready. It will get uncomfortable. The pain is real. The trans TikToker everyone hates by Ablaze. This is Lilitino downfall. Well, time to get into it. If you don't know who Lilitino is, now you will. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll jump in. Let's go. I want to lose 5 to 7 kilograms anyways. Today was such a good day. Today is a good day.
Meet Lily Tino, the most hated TikToker who streams herself bullying waitstaff, snaps bathroom selfies with strangers in the frame.
Yeah, and talks about how he's gonna cut off his balls in Disneyland. I'm not too excited.
And melts down on every TikTok because a waiter dared to say, "Sir."
I'm sorry. But if it quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, moves like a duck, it might probably be considered a duck. Like, I'm sorry. You sound like a man. Sometimes you look like a man. You move like a man. You might be considered a man. I'm sorry. That will not change. I'm sorry. And I don't think people should crash out over being misgendered. I'm sorry. Nobody owes you anything! Went to buy clothes. I tried on this cute crop top. And I had that damn moment. It was so nice anyways. Interesting. Some be like in front of the mirror, be like, damn, I look hot. Hi Zeppelin, how are you doing? Everything good? Hello.
She baits people for misgender slip-ups, then weaponizes those clips for clout, turning real workers into props for her outrage circus. From publicly rating Disney women's restrooms to declaring Kurt Cobain...
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. Disney adults, and I don't mean those who just like Disney, but Disney adults who are overly obsessed with Disney. It's just so weird. It's just so cringe. Like this like you see this where they're like overly obsessed, like this person. Dude, I'm just ending you for half an hour. I just want to have peace right now. F off, homie. Lily literally admits that he doesn't pass up, but gets mad about being misgendered. Stupid. Some people just will never pass, and that's the reality. That's the harsh reality of our world.
Probably trans, Lily's shock tactics finally backfired, and the internet couldn't be happier. This is the satisfying downfall of TikTok's most hated creator, Lily Tino. Before she was Lily Tino on TikTok, she was known as Nick Contino, a shy kid escaping into video games to cope with a life that didn't feel right. Born in the early 1990s, Nick grew up loving games like Pokemon and World of Warcraft. In those virtual worlds, Nick often played as female characters, notably a pigtailed girl avatar named Lily, long before coming out as trans. I spent hours in Warcraft, slipping out of the real world in which I lived as a cisgender boy named Nick, she later recalled. The fantasy of living as a girl provided solace from the pain and denial that marked Nick's youth. This dual life planted the seeds for a future transformation. Fast forward to...
You can't just get me to what's the word? Feel bad there. What are the chances? I don't want to say anything, but what are the chances that he was abused as a child?
To adulthood, Nick built a career in the video game industry.
You are telling me those two are the same person? You are telling me that those two are the same person? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Something feels off. Something feels off. I don't know. That's weird.
By 2021, she was a business development lead at a gaming startup and even wrote articles about games. But inside, Nick was struggling with gender dysphoria. In her late 20s, she finally found the courage to begin her gender transition, adopting the name Lily Contino, often stylized as Lily Tino online. As she later explained, her life transition began with a career transition, leaving the corporate gaming world to live authentically as a woman. In mid-2022, Lily publicly came out as transgender, and her personal journey was about to go very public. In November 2022, Lily Tino posted her first TikTok video, beginning to document her transition from male to female. At 32 years old, she openly shared her facial feminization surgeries, hormone updates.
Yeah, are you sure you went through a surgery? I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. Right? I'm gonna say something. Those surgeries were an absolute failure. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Also, Poke, I agree with Disney adults are a different breed of special. They are. That's very, very interesting. I don't think this is sway.
And everyday challenges, the response was overwhelmingly positive at first. Viewers flooded her early videos with support, These heartfelt comments show how Lily's transparency resonated with people looking for an uplifting transition story. One of Lily's first viral posts was a montage of her physical changes over time, a common TikTok trend. It struck a chord and garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Encouraged by the feedback, Lily leaned into being a full-time content creator, even calling herself a professional transgender person.
How does... Wait, how does one become a professional transgender person? He paid money to look worse, for real. He paid money for no changes, actually, if anything. That's the case here. It's just odd. And then he talks the entire time about, like, how he's gonna remove his cock, and I'm like, bro, when did we start normalizing, body mutilation?
In her bio, with a warm smile and colorful outfits, she portrayed a hopeful narrative of living authentically. In these early days, Lily's public persona was largely sympathetic. Little did her new fans know the tone of her content was about to take a sharp turn. Lily's TikTok lives also became a staple. She would stream her daily outings, especially her meals at restaurants around San Francisco, inviting viewers to share a meal with her. When I'm sitting there and just eating, it's like you're sharing a meal with me, explaining that seeing a trans person in a mundane setting could foster understanding. It was a noble idea, using food and candid conversation to bridge gaps. By early 2023, Lily had a modest but growing following, and her streams were picking up momentum. Empowered by her viral fame, Lily didn't simply continue her restaurant live streams, she escalated them. 5 days a week, she planted her phone on a mini tripod, turned on TikTok Live, and roamed San Francisco cafes.
Oh god, this is gonna be really interesting. Like, it's very interesting. I just feel like... this looks like a bad experiment. I'll check shadow clips, I'll check. Holy shit. First, only speed. Only speed?! I'm gonna check that out if that works. If that works, I'll check that out. That's crazy.
Phase in search of the next outrage clip. What began as light-hearted Eat With Me content morphed into a spectacle where conflict was the entree. By July 2023, she was testing how far shock value could push engagement. Cue the inappropriate video that happened in Disney.
I'm dating someone who turned their cake pops into a donut.
In which a scene...
No, you dated somebody that took perfectly healthy body parts and turned them into a rot pocket. Because I've seen the Reddits. I've seen countless of Reddits of trans people reporting that their stuff, their body parts down there, trans women, turned into a literal rot pocket. It started rotting, it started smelling, weird liquid was coming out. There's people where it created a hole where shit was literally coming out, by the way. You cannot tell me. If somebody says, oh, they feel like they should just have one arm, are we gonna remove their arm? No. So why when somebody says they should have a vagina, why are we creating an axe wound? Not the smartest way. I'm straight up honest. This is just body mutilation, nothing else. And the people who allow this should literally be jailed. Pokewetta's tourists think I'm fine. I don't know, he might be tarded. A classic. It's literally an open... It is literally an open wound. It has to be dilated the entire time. It's an axe wound, straight up.
With a literal cake pop of a potential gender-affirming surgery. Although at this point, these videos have happened more than once.
Disney's gonna ban me for this one. My corn dog is still intact. I'm not happy about that, but sadly it takes a long time to turn a corn dog into a inverted corn dog. When I got my cake pops removed, I specifically asked my surgeon to leave the bag intact. That's because down the line, if I wanted to use my cake pop stick and turn it into a donut, the bag can come in handy. Get banned from Disney. I swear, we're about to get banned from Disney. Last summer, I got my cake pops removed, and the plan up until recently was to get my marshmallow wand reconfigured into a marshmallow tunnel. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I noticed some hair regrowth.
Disneyland is meant to be a safe.
Are you sure that the hair regrowth is just mold? Ooh. And why do you discuss this around children? Not to mention that she made like a transgender version of a children's show. Really weird, my guy. Am I saying she? Nah, you're a weirdo. He.
Family-friendly space. But Lily Tino's own livestream antics are turning it into the opposite. Given her graphic, disgusting TikTok videos, many parents now feel the park isn't safe for their kids. For the sake of families, it may be time for Disney to show her the exit.
You Need to Chill by Juno Dawson.
The way you try.
Why are there trans kids books? Why are there trans kids books? Nobody needs those. I'm gonna go now buy Poke. Take care, tourist. Take care. Nobody needs those. Ugh. People like this shame the entire community if it is unbearable. It is unbearable to watch. It is. It is.
To target young children is a little concerning. You tried to dress up as Miss Rachel twice. You talked about your cake pop at Disneyland, and that's a children's place.
Viewers who'd once praised her vulnerability now complained that she was performing trauma for clicks. The running theme soon became misgender baiting. A server would drop a casual "sir."
Sorry, is everything okay?
I use she, her pronouns. I'm not sir.
Listen, bro, how are we supposed to know that? You look like a man.
Lily's face would light.
I mean, he isn't wrong. Rose said, nah, fuck this shit, I'm on camera. If I get caught in 4K, I get caught in 4K. Was like, you look like a dude, homie.
Up as if she'd struck gold, and the next 3 minutes would be a tirade on camera about pronouns, oppression, and educating the masses. If no one slipped, she occasionally misheard a harmless word, then scolded the staff.
There is no oppression. You are not oppressed. There is no right that you don't have. You can do whatever you want. The only thing that gets oppressed is your weird behavior, though that would rather fall into suppression instead of oppression. Sorry. When people say like, I'm oppressed. No, you're not. I look at you and be like, bitch, you know you're not. Wait, haven't we seen a video about her already? Yes, there's another one. There's a new one.
Anyway, but everything got so much worse. Surrounded by families, Lily began live streaming from a restroom corridor, rating each women's bathroom on ambience and privacy.
Made it into Disney World. I don't really know what the deal is with bathrooms. No, Florida is really conservative. I don't know what the rules are. Trans women are allowed to be in women's bathrooms, but I'm about to go and use the bathroom because
there shouldn't be. Time to filter a couple of people again. Biological men should not be in female spaces. Period. I'm sorry. Not in women's sports, not in women's bathrooms, not in women's only gyms. I'm sorry. I don't care.
I have to tinkle. If I get stopped, I get stopped, I guess. But I'm a woman, so I'm going to use the women's bathroom, and being in Florida or being in California or wherever isn't going to stop me. So I will report back in a minute once I have hopefully tinkled without issue. Went as well as it could have gone. No one gave me any weird looks. Definitely no one stopped me. I walked in, I found a stall. I peed. I peed standing up, which is something I'm sometimes a little self-conscious about with the sound. Like, oh, is there...
That's very interesting. The woman that pees standing up. Sure, be right back. Take care, Eliza. I'm sending you Flintstone gummies, Poker. Okay.
someone peeing standing up there. But you know what? I peed standing up and it was fine. And then I washed my hands and I left. And you know what? On my way out from the women's bathroom, I took a quick picture with someone who recognized me and it was lovely. So overall, Disney World in Florida, 10 out of 10 women's bathroom experience for trans women would.
She snapped selfies inside stalls, other women's shoes clearly visible beneath doors, and joked that Florida lawmakers would have a stroke if they saw her. Within minutes, Twitter lit up. Parents called the stunt creepy, activists called it reckless, and even some allies said it violated basic decency. Or, though Lily's stun isn't consequence-free, a woman who recognized herself in Lily's Disney restroom selfies has reportedly filed a privacy complaint with Orange County.
Based. If I don't want to be on somebody's picture without consent, I'm gonna not be there.
County authorities, citing Florida's voyeurism statute 810.145. If prosecutors pursue the case, Lily could face a third-degree felony, up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine.
Alright, y'all, now we have one person that has officially come forward.
No amount of makeup can hide that masculine build, not gonna lie. Not even the moobs.
To press charges against Lily Tino. By now, we all know Lily Tino went to Disney and went into the women's restroom and took selfies with other women and children in the background without their consent, and then came on TikTok and posted and rated every single bathroom experience. I made a video talking about the fact that that was illegal in the state of Florida, much less, not to mention, it's also against Disney policy to take photos within the restrooms.
That was only the warm-up. At a sit-down restaurant...
Interesting, so she basically committed a crime. And, did something against Disney TOS. Interesting. Jake Paul won another boxing match. Okay, Zoom. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
In Epcot, a waiter accidentally addressed Lily as Sir. Sensing viral potential, Lily pounced, demanding a public apology and even the removal of the bread tower. The outburst felt more like choreographed drama than genuine offense, and sure enough, the manufactured outrage sent the views soaring.
That is fancy looking. Cool.
The bottom is from Thailand.
Coconut bread from Thailand.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. And the middle one is from India. It's the papadom with the gingerbread chutney.
Okay.
And the third is from Brazil. It's a cheese bread with the guava sauce.
Thank you. It just like totally sucks the joy out of this bread tower. Makes me want to immediately like leave because I no longer feel like safe here. It's like, oh, my guard now has to be up. I'm not going to enjoy this.
What? What do you mean you're not safe? You're not getting a These are words! Words fry these motherfuckers' brains. It's crazy. Why do you care so much? The reason why it has power over you is because you care so much. Hi, Scruffy. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Crockrock. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Here's Crockrock. Bro, any selfie doesn't add the surrounding. Yeah. That's very true. Though, again, it's illegal, so just because people randomly do it does not mean everyone has to like it. That's what happens. With that voice, nah, you're a dude. Nah, dude, you're a man. I don't know the backstory of this person, so I don't know the reason.
Bread as much because my card is up. We should be able to go places and not have to worry. I don't think I really want this bread tower, actually. I think I'd rather have the check, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the training. We're supposed to say friend or just not use gendered language. It's like a pretty big thing that Disney has done. Nothing was wrong with bread. I just don't want it anymore. Just because they apologize doesn't mean she doesn't feel sad or offended. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you've accidentally ever...
Especially the dude had an accent, right? The dude had an accent, so he likely wasn't really good at speaking English. And he may not understand that. Like, sorry, I don't have, for example, in Germany, we don't have gender-neutral pronouns. There is no they, them. You're either a he or a she. And I also don't gender, because here we try to implement gender language. And I obviously absolutely refuse to use that. Very, very much refuse to use that, actually. I'm not a big fan of it. And I won't use it. They advise us to use it in, like, assignments and stuff, and I'm, like, ice cold and be like, yep, this entire text is regular German language, through and through. I don't care. We're on the Brett Tower BS, yep. Have you seen the Nazi list of VTubers? Yeah, we reacted to that. The video should be up in, like, 20 minutes.
Hurt someone and say, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. Do you expect them to be like, oh, it was an accident? Of course, no problem whatsoever. All of that hurt is now undone. That's not how it works.
Sorry about what happened.
It's okay. I would love to pay for the drink, please.
No, the drink is on me too, so...
You don't have, are you sure?
You're good, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Crucially, trans creators blasted her too, pleading, "Please don't judge us by Lily." Parents who'd witnessed the spectacle posted statements describing frightened children and staff walking on eggshells. Disney's own employee subreddit blew up with cast members venting about influencers turning the parks into career-ending minefields. The fallout was swift. Lily lost brand deal inquiries, her daily follower gain flipped negative for the first time, and Bread Tower became shorthand for performative outrage. In that single week, she transformed from controversial to radioactive.
Transphobia abuse. Yeah, not using your preferred pronouns is definitely abuse. Accidentally not using the right ones is definitely abuse. You're retarded. It's not about being good or bad at English. Everyone doesn't appreciate the shenanigans. The guy is doing this on purpose. Very much. Very much. I would say so too. He gives me Dylan Mulvaney vibes. Oh, I remember when there was an article, women want to be her and men want to be with her. I'm like, yes, gay men maybe, but even not even gay men. And women certainly don't want to be a off-brand dude, off-brand woman.
Proof, many said, that her live streams weren't about awareness anymore. They were about manufactured martyrdom at the expense of ordinary workers just trying to do their jobs. The funniest thing about all this, though, is that she's now being recognized at restaurants, and some owners don't even want to serve her anymore because viewers are calling ahead to warn that she's just trying to score a free meal.
Could I do the... Oh, ignore it.
They say that you're holding and you tell company for free.
No. It's not true.
So many people are calling me already.
I'm so sorry.
They calling me because they say they can come here and can order like free food.
They're saying...
Why does he look like that? Did he get punched or anything? Like here? Why is the top lips like that? Odd. But yeah, people are calling in beforehand so that he can't cause mayhem. I'm related, but I'm so tired of the word BS. I feel like Atlas today. World BS. Yeah. Kinda.
That I'm saying that you can come here and order free food.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah. So can you tell with them like? Into my restaurant, just personal.
Oh, I trust me, I understand. I never said that there's any free food. Those are internet trolls. Yeah. But if you'd like, I'm happy to get the check now and leave so that I can be out of your hair.
But they just call me and say, but what if you say like that, blah, blah, blah. I say, I don't know.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do about them. Okay. But I am happy to pay my bill now, if you'd like, if you want. If you want.
The food is almost done. I just want to let you know because so many people call.
Yeah, no, it's not that they're really sad, miserable people that are transphobic, that try to make my life more difficult. I'm sorry that...
No, they're just trying to make sure that you can make other people's lives difficult. That's where they're calling. Cut himself shaving, probably. Normal women issues. Yeah, normal women issues. Actually, more so normal men issues, what he has.
You had to be a target of that. Because you're just here making food, and I'm just here eating the wonderful food.
That's why.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Imagine sitting on the internet and calling up a family-owned restaurant and lying to them If y'all are able, I would really love to leave this restaurant a significant tip. Our first $10 tip came through. Oh gosh, y'all coming through. We are tipping $210. That's because of y'all. Thank you for helping make it up to this restaurant.
As Lily's content
I mean, the restaurant won't complain about the ginormous tip. Not gonna lie. That's a W for the restaurant. First of all, you won't cause any bullshit. Second of all, they get more money. I see this as an absolute win for the restaurant.
pivoted toward conflict, the internet's goodwill began to evaporate. On Reddit forums, users started circulating clips of Lily's outbursts. Others, both trans and cis, agreed that Lily's behavior was making the transgender community look bad by reinforcing the stereotype of the overly aggressive, perpetually offended trans activist. The sentiment was summed up by another Redditor. How fragile can you be? I'm non-binary. I would never do what she's doing. Mistakes happen, you correct it politely or ignore it, but this is too much. TikTok itself.
You can't, and it goes for everyone who uses some weird amalgamation of pronouns. You can't force people to follow your reality. You can't force people to abide to your logic. I'm sorry. Nobody has to use the correct pronouns. Nobody has to. If people want to go by what you look like, then you can't force it upon them. And you will never change it, even if you tried to force it upon them. Because here in Germany, you have to, like, abide to these people. If I misgender someone, not accidentally, then I can get sued. I can get sued. Isn't that interesting? That's how you act to cause mayhem if you can give them a tip for the danger they are near this person. Is a ticking time bomb, pretty much.
Also turned on Lily. Her own video's comment sections became war zones. Many viewers accused her of manufacturing outrage. Stitches and reaction videos multiplied, with other TikTokers openly mocking Lily's antics. One viral stitch showed a montage of waiters immediately apologizing to Lily after saying "sir" to highlight how none of them meant any harm, and then cut to Lily furiously lecturing them regardless. Even some transgender creators joined the pile-on, saying Lily's over-the-top reactions were unwarranted and harmful. Importantly, Lily's hypocrisy became a talking point. She often insisted that others use gender-neutral terms, like calling customers friend instead of sir, ma'am.
But that's impolite. These restaurants have a... I'm sorry, but fuck you. Restaurants don't have... Again, nobody has to follow your logic. I am very sorry. They don't. They have one focus in mind. And that is that they also need to be professional. And friend is not particularly professional. You know, they have more to lose than just, oh, this person was offended because they weren't use the right pronouns. Like, dude, I just kick you out. I just remove you from the restaurant. Problem solved. How can they prove it wasn't an accident, though? If I, for example, I had in college a trans woman, and I would call her a man repeatedly, and I refuse to use she, her, they can sue me. That's how far gone Germany is. You can also once a year change your gender whenever you like. By the way. That's also interesting, like legally.
To avoid misgendering. Yet in her own speech, Lily would casually refer to servers as guys or assume every barista was a he. The irony is how Tino preaches about neutral language while referring to his waiters as he. And in an infamous move, Lily made a TikTok claiming that late Nirvana singer Kurt Cobain was probably trans, essentially assigning a new gender identity to a dead person who never identified as such. As Lily rattled off her evidence Cobain wore dresses, he once said he felt more feminine. An early lyric draft mentioned wanting breasts. Viewers cringed. It came off as profoundly disrespectful and absurdly speculative. If Lily felt justified pronouncing Kurt Cobain as a transgender woman, critics argued, why should she object so strongly to someone calling her Sir? That January 2000.
Very true, very true. It's also very interesting. Like I said, he is definitely part of the group that when a guy is more feminine, they're probably trans, and when a woman is tomboyish, then they're probably lesbian or trans. It is very interesting. Yes, those people exist. I am making just assumptions, but that's the energy that he gives me. Every year, yes, every year. You can do that every year legally. Leave Court alone, man. Yeah, no, you're not safe. Can you call her creature to avoid she him? Probably not. Probably not. That would also probably be very offensive. Dude, you don't understand. I have literal Antifa in my college courses, like literal. With like tattoos and like stickers and everything. I have literal fascists openly sitting in our classrooms. Really interesting. We're gone. We're dead. Save Germany.
2024 Kurt Cobain video became the turning point. Overnight, the enthusiasm that once surrounded Lily collapsed into near universal backlash. Even communities that supported her, including trans advocates, turned their backs. They called her out for projecting drama into every situation, saying her behavior reflected poorly on the whole movement. What began as solidarity quickly devolved into
like I said, Finding Sky said, Pride Month fell off, and it's a good thing. It became less about the movement and more about degeneracy, and this is what you get. If a friend of a waiter calls me friend, I will ask for a different waiter. That'd be so weird. Why somebody I don't know calls me friend? We're not friends. Huh? You're supposed to serve me, that's it.
Collective embarrassment. People accuse Lily of playing the victim over minor slights, baiting attention by reacting as though everything was about her identity. When she received a polite request not to stream inside a restaurant, she saw bigotry. When a delivery went wrong, something out of the restaurant's control, she blasted the staff online instead of letting it go. These moments shifted public perception from advocate to entitled. It wasn't just outsiders who were losing patience, it was her own tribe. Her fans pointed out the hypocrisy, demanding respect, yet disrespecting others. They grew tired of the constant outrage and the sense that any small inconvenience was part of a grand oppression. Critics argued she was weaponizing her trans identity, not to advance rights, but to deflect any accountability. And so, the narrative flipped. The same audience that cheered her on began to see a pattern of behavior that didn't feel authentic or righteous. It felt performative. In their eyes, Lily's dissent.
It doesn't just feel performative. It is performative. It very much is. She's setting those things up on purpose. Straight up. I'd be fine with it. It's just a polite way to address someone. Friend is a polite way to address someone? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. We're already at the point where we throw around the word friends so easily. Like, no. Interacting ones does not make us friends. I'm sorry. Like, we're already throwing that word around loosely, and then we act like, they did that to me? I thought we were friends! Oh yeah, by the way, we interacted 3 times.
Wasn't the result of opposition, it was self-inflicted. By turning every minor hurt into a crusade, she alienated people who once saw her as a leader.
Hi.
I'm a food critic, and I travel around San Francisco with my phone and stream my meals. Typically, for any meal, between like 75 and 100,000 people will witness the meal, either live or after the fact. Would this be a good time for me to record my experience here? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. There's no one. Okay. I think they're like all watching me as I walk out. All right, well, goodbye. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to. They're all just kind of looking at me from the kitchen, like, okay. I'll leave. Yeah, it definitely is intimidating for it to be that many people, but there's several reasons I mention it. Is one, because I want them to know that it's not just like I'm a random person videoing my food. Because it also lets them know, like, hey, enough people are going to be seeing this that you want to be sure to like be on your game, and also it could result in a free meal. So
one recurring issue is Lily Tino's shocking treatment of restaurant staff during her frequent live streams. Tino often broadcasts herself dining out, with her viewers paying for her meals via TikTok live donations.
What? She doesn't even... I mean... That's on the viewers, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why you're so bothered by it. That's weird. It's just... interesting. I guess that's on the viewers. I wouldn't really put that on him. That's because of the viewers. That's the viewers are... TikTok viewers aren't particularly the smartest, right? Ash Trevino. Or the last dude we watched, who was crazy with like his multiple personalities. I don't know, dude. Friend is just weird. It's just weird. Like I said, why are you calling me a friend? That's just odd. It's creating a familiarity that shouldn't be there. It's just weird. Like, it feels weird to me.
Only for her to relentlessly complain about trivial issues and demand special treatment.
Push them back a little bit. Am I still going to use the women's bathroom even if it's against, like, rules? Yeah, I think I will, as a statement, you know? If I, like, for example, if I was in Florida, I was in Florida last week, and it was not allowed for me to be in a women's bathroom, I would still use a women's bathroom.
Wait. Is he using a dump your Republican boyfriend? Why are you wearing that? It's not like you have a partner. So why are you wearing that? You're not dumping anyone. You would never... Nobody's touching you. Nobody. I'd never argue over someone calling me a friend. I'd be polite back and that's it. I move on. Those rules, it's against our cult, the law. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, I just don't like... I'd be like, please do not call me a friend. I'm not your friend. Use something else. Like, you literally just use... just a polite thing you always use. I don't think friend is something you should use in a restaurant context. Like, yeah, go ahead. Tell a 5-star restaurant that they should use friend. It'd just be odd. That's a big croissant, by the way. That was the clip where he said, just because this croissant is bigger doesn't mean it's not a croissant. Basically saying, just because I'm trans, that doesn't make me any less of a woman. That's basically what he meant by that, like the comparison of like, this big croissant is still a croissant. The problem is that the croissant is not pretending to be a bagel or a donut. That's a problem. They're both croissant. One is just bigger. But here it's like, the actual comparison would be, they're both croissants, but one identifies as a donut.
Because that is something that I feel strongly about. If they want to make a stink about it, they can, and I'm happy to make a stink about it too. That's how we fight back, y'all. That's how we fight back. So acts of solidarity with our trans brothers and sisters and siblings.
In one instance, she badgered a waiter with endless questions about a salad dressing, even requesting a sample of it, seemingly just to create conflict. Night after night, she finds something wrong with her meal or service and demands to see managers, often trying to get employees reprimanded or even fired for minor mistakes. Observers have noted a pattern. She'll complain about a hair in her food while her own dog sits nearby, shedding fur, then use the situation to score freebies or refunds. All the while, viewers are sending her hundreds of dollars in donations.
Right? Like, I wake up, I do everything I do during the week revolves around this because I love doing it. There are other things that I could do that might even be a way to, like, you know, accumulate more wealth, but I love doing it so much. But just be able to do this streaming and not have to worry about finances for, you know, the rest of my life, I would, because I love doing it. You know, I'm fulfilled here. I'm fulfilled. This is what I like to do. I love hanging out here. That's it. So, obviously, that's not possible. You know, this hypothetical situation. Money's always something to raise.
Yeah, but when the problem arises where you can't make that money anymore because you fucked up, but you still have to preface the big croissant with big, like you still have to preface trans woman with trans. Yeah, exactly. Nah, 5-star, and they call you friend. That's ain't 5-star anymore, and that's an ugly lipstick. There's more ugly than just the lipstick. Alright, don't you call people brother then? Isn't that making connection as well? But you know those people! You know those people! If I just come up to you, a weird random stranger dude, and I call you sis, you cannot tell me. You wouldn't be like, okay, bro is weird? Like, you cannot tell me. Like, this is a different thing. When I go once to a restaurant and they call me friend, that's weird. If I go 5 times to a restaurant, and on the 5th time, I get the same waiter every time, and he calls me friend, that's fine. That's okay. I am familiar with this person. But it's the first time, and someone calls me friend, that is just weird. It's just odd. I wouldn't leave the restaurant. I wouldn't make a video getting the fires, but it's just weird. How do you eat the croissant though? The long way.
But y'all make it so much less of a worry because you're incredibly generous. So, thank you. You can't ask for much more in life than to be content.
Essentially rewarding her for manufacturing outrage. Critics argue that Tino deliberately provokes staff to elicit a misstep, for example, an employee misgendering her, only to then play the victim and blast the incident online. In one absurd case, she got stuck in an elevator and pressed the emergency call button. When the unseen operator addressed her as Sir over the intercom, Tino flew into a rage, despite the fact that the person couldn't even see her.
I am trapped in an elevator right now. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit my fault because there's people who were in the elevator that came out while I was waiting for it and said, oh, hey, we're not sure if this elevator is working, but like the elevator looked like it was working when they walked out. So I was like, what's the worst that could happen? And I pressed the button and the door closed, and then the buttons didn't work. And now we're stuck here. I pressed the...
Why does he look so creepy? Why does he look so creepy with this dog? Get this dog out of here, please. Save the dog. Dude and bro in a cafe will be fine with me, but in a restaurant, yeah, or in like a fast food restaurant, I'm like, okay, I don't care really. Yeah, sure. I don't give a rat's ass, but in a restaurant, not really. No, it's just not the setting. It's just not the setting, the manners for it. Rules are rules. I'm German. Rules are rules. Never change anything. Very simple. Yes, sir, ma'am, Mr. Mrs. Yep, that's the way to go. In a restaurant, in like an Italian restaurant or somewhere, that's okay.
Call button, and it went to my apartment person. Of course, they called me sir as soon as I said hello. Hello, sir. Number one, I'm not sir. Number two, I'm trapped.
How? They can't, motherfucker, they can't see you. You sound like a man. They can't see you. They can't see you. They hear a male voice and be like, sir. They can't see you. If they, that is, if they don't have surveillance cameras. They can't see you, I'm sorry.
In an elevator in that order. I'd rather be stuck in an elevator and called ma'am than out of an elevator and called sir. And that's the truth. Oh, there's a little bounce. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, it's working. I think it's working. We did it.
This constant combative stance toward anyone who doesn't cater to her expectations has been widely condemned. It's not just cisgender audiences who are appalled. Many feel Tino's antics feed into the worst stereotypes of privilege and petulance. By brazenly harassing service workers and boasting about it, she's painted herself as an influencer who thinks those below her should lose their only source of income for offending her. The serious real-world impact is
pretty much a walking cancel culture, basically. Isn't that what she technically is? Crazy.
clear. She's attempting to punish low-wage employees to satisfy her ego, and viewers find it disgraceful. She's quick to take offense at other people's behavior, yet she's been guilty of some pretty despicable actions herself. In a now infamous livestream clip, Tino appeared to call her pet dog, Nugget, a racial slur, the N-word.
Nugget?
Nugget, a racial slur, the N-word.
Nugget?
Yeah, the infamous Nugget. Please tell me this creature courier is dead. Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. Probably. There was some other weird shit happening recently as well, in addition to that. Nugget. Yeah, sure. Somebody said the N-word, life. Didn't you? The problem is that the problem isn't really that you said it. The problem is that you denied saying it. Be right back. Take care, Samax.
Nugget.
Now, this content creator's name is Lily Tino, and the other night she was live on stream when she was going to tell her viewers something about her dog Nugget, but instead of saying her dog's name Nugget, she ended up saying another word that starts with an N, and like I said, she definitely should not be saying this word. Now, it seems like she said the word that starts with the letter N on accident, but I really don't understand how you accidentally say that word instead of nugget.
She later tried.
You know, maybe her dog is from the hood. Maybe his dog is from the hood. It's the hood dog. How do you go from a nugget to the N-word? How does that work? How do you do that? How does that happen? Bro, it was the intrusive thoughts coming through. That's crazy.
Tried to claim it was an accident, insinuating she merged the words shiver and nugget together. But virtually no one bought that excuse. Viewers pointed out,
wouldn't it then be never? Technically, if you merge them together, because that makes no sense. Also, I don't, why do you have to say the N-word combination? You could have said anything, but you said the N-word combination. Why did you do that? Why did you specifically put those two together? I can't care less for people like call me ma'am or not sir. Yeah, It may have been an accident, it may have not been an accident. I don't know how you go from that. It sounds reasonable at parts, but I'm like, nah. maybe it was your intrusive thoughts. Maybe it was in chat. Who knows? Maybe it was actually in chat. But nah, I don't think so.
That you don't get that word by accident. Given Tino's track record, people believed this slip was no slip at all. It was an ugly reveal of language she had on the tip of her tongue. The incident only reinforced perceptions of her as overtly racist, and it attracted intense backlash. Now, just a few months ago, Lily Tino just unveiled a brand new face, crediting a mid-five-figure facial feminization package, brow bone, and orbital shave.
Homie, look the same. I can tell you look the same. I still see the man inside of you. Can still see it. That didn't change much. Yeah, I just threw away money.
Rhinoplasty, lip lift, jaw taper, and a likely tracheal shave, all revealed in a slick TikTok montage that racked up 500,000 views in 24 hours.
It has been 20 days since my FFS. About 70% of the swelling is gone, but it'll take another...
FFS? For fuck's sake? Surgery? I'm gonna puke. I did it for you. Yeah, it's just I can't, like, nothing happened. It's almost the same. It's a bit more smaller, sure, but it's almost the same face. Like, I can tell.
Year or two for the rest of it to go down. So let me show you around my new face. For reference, here's what I looked like before. First up is the hairline. You can see that it has been moved forward. The line is pretty pronounced right now, but it will fade over time.
You have a ginormous forehead. And that forehead was ginormous to begin with. Now it's like, that's huge. I can land an airplane on that one.
You might also be wondering about this little dent right here. That is internal stitching, and it will go away in a few weeks. Now, my nose is quite swollen, and that will go down over time, but take a look. You can see it's way more of a ski slope now. Also, my brow bone is way less pronounced. My surgeon said that the brow would probably be the thing that made the most difference in the beginning to feminize my face, and I tend to agree with them. Now, my lips haven't changed, but they went through my lower mouth to get to my jaw. It's hard to see the result here right now because there is a lot of swelling, but over time you'll see that it is much softer. And last but not least, the Adam's apple is gone. I want to give a huge shout out to my mom who took care of me as I recovered. My mom actually extended her trip several times to take care of me because I got COVID in the hospital. That made recovery a whole lot harder, but luckily I had a wonderful support network of friends.
All that, chat. All that. All that for Tony to still call you sir. All that for everyone who hears you to call you sir. It doesn't matter. The voice is just a dead giveaway. The build is just a dead giveaway. The face is still a dead giveaway. Insert the office joke, it's the same picture. It almost is. I don't think the swelling changes much.
As well that helped me walk my dog and brought food and did all these wonderful things, and I'm super excited for y'all to come on my healing journey as my face settles in over the next few years.
Supporters flooded the comments with hearts, but skepticism hit just as fast. Two reaction channels slowed her before and after frames and argued the changes were mostly filter work, calling the surgery story another sympathy grift. On Reddit, users traced a spike in livestream donations during the weeks she staged restaurant confrontations, claiming viewers basically bankrolled her makeover, while still asking for healing snack money, prompting TikTok to demonetize at least one post, an action Lily publicized on LinkedIn as proof she was being targeted for being trans. By mid-2025, Lily Tino
We genuinely believe that TikTok is pro-trans, while essentially being Chinese. Maybe technically Singaporean, but regardless, we know the Chinese are involved, let's just face it. I have news for you. And I have news for everyone that uses Chinese products. Like games, like gacha games, that'd be like, oh, these characters are gay. Or any other sexuality. They're not. You're just getting milk for money. Should have got some late injections. That could have helped. That could have helped. Maybe some boobs. Some boobs could have helped, at least appearance-wise.
His public image is, to put it bluntly, in tatters. Once the beneficiary of sympathetic media profiles and celebrity shoutouts, she's now more famous as a cautionary tale. Her TikTok account still boasts around 405,000 followers, a considerable number, but one wonders how many are hate following to catch the next train wreck. Across Reddit, TikTok, and YouTube, Lily has become a running joke and a source of outrage. There are dedicated snark pages cataloguing her misdeeds. In comment sections, you'll find upvoted.
Are you TERF? Yes, I'm a TERF. I'm gonna say that has to be staged. No one who considers themselves a TERF is IRL around and walks around. Wait, is Wuba even Chinese? Yes, it is. Wuba is Chinese. Did me dirty like that? Yeah, I did say this while I play Wuba Poke. Yeah, exactly. No IRL woman walks around and be like, yes, I'm a TERF. No one does. Maybe some unhinged person does that, but that's unlikely. I think this is staged.
Remarks like, yes, she's a Karen.
TERFs only exist online.
Yes, she treats waitstaff terribly. Even many in the transgender community refer to her with disappointment or outright anger, fearing she's giving them a bad rep. It's a remarkable reversal of fortune. In barely 2 years, Lily went from an unknown person finding herself to a celebrated trans influencer to arguably one of the most disliked personalities on TikTok. And the public's morbid fascination with her downfall is, as the title of this video suggests, satisfying to a great many, because in the eyes of her critics, Lily Tino brought this on herself. They see a person who weaponized her identity to bully others.
Yeah, but it's not really surprising. People like that love to use their identity as a shield. The problem is I don't really care. If you use your identity as a shield, I will use it as I will weaponize it. I don't really care. Hi Psyduck, how are you doing? You're doing good. Hello, I'm drawing a dragon right now. Ooh, awesome. Like, I'll just straight up weaponize it. I don't care. Hey, you use it as a shield, I use it as a weapon.
Who cried victim while victimizing innocent bystanders, like waitstaff just trying to do their jobs. Watching someone like that face consequences, losing respect, becoming a laughingstock, scratches an almost primal itch for poetic justice. Yet, there's a tragic element here.
Poetic justice? I'd call it divine justice.
Here too. Somber Lily's story could have been one of empowerment and bridging understanding. She had a real opportunity to educate and spread empathy. Remember how she started wanting to share meals so people see a trans person eating and feel common humanity. But as her platform grew, ego and anger seemed to have taken over. The lure of viral drama overshadowed the initial message of tolerance. In the end, Lily Tino's downfall underscores a truth about internet fame. Virality is a double-edged sword. The same TikTok algorithm that elevated her when she...
Depending on what you're doing, you can use the bad outrage to get bigger. Like, we have seen that with, like, Belle Delphine, right? That worked. In this case, that did not work, because it's not the right thing. It's not the right, outrage. Yay, I'm on time. You're right, we need to do the video that we didn't do yesterday, because you experienced the longest 5 minutes of your life.
Garnered sympathy, cut her down when she courted infamy. For many viewers, the downfall of Lily Tino is indeed satisfying, a comeuppance for objectionable behavior. For Lily, and perhaps those close to her, it's likely a lonely place to be, renowned for all the wrong reasons. As of now, Lily continues to post content, seemingly undeterred, but the public's trust and admiration are long gone. The saga of Lily Tino serves as a warning. On social media, authenticity can win you followers. But if attention becomes addiction, today's hero can become tomorrow's villain in the blink of an eye. And when that happens, the same audience that built you up will revel in tearing you down, one bread tower at a time. Would probably beg to argue that there's
pretty much the end of the video. I think that from what I can tell and what I believe is that she can still recover this and potentially will. It depends. Bad publicity is still good publicity in some way. I feel like the main problem here appears to be that she's weaponizing her identity, and when you do that, people will weaponize your identity when you use it as a shield. Absolutely deserved. I feel like people like that should be kicked out of the community, but at this point, they need like a literally cleansing the entire community, which they won't do. Straight up, it is what it is. Well, that's it for the video. Like, comment, and subscribe. Hi Jacob, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. A month ago, I did request that video, but I changed my mind, not requesting a great reaction. Thank you, thank you. And before anybody says I have no issue with trans people, it's just that, for this person specifically, just to piss them off, they will never see this, but to piss them off, I will use sir. Chat, I need a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the video we started last time. And if Samax disappears, I will personally find her. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello there. Good, never disappear. Take care, Scruffy. Good, never disappear. I will nuke you. I will nuke you. We'll watch this video now. This time I'll finish it. Was there still have a Johnny video? The obligatory Johnny video. We need that too, you know? Since he's helped me grow the channel so much, we need to do that. Well, time for this.
Everyone.
Time to do it again. Second attempt. Second frickin' attempt. Hopefully, this time, gluing the crown, it will never go down now. Bro is the chat king. Let's just hope you don't get out-yapped by Selmax. Well, second try. The Dangers of Looks Maxing. Story of James Sapphire by DC1. Yeah. Looks maxing is very interesting because people are doing things that do not work. People are doing things that destroy their body. And people are doom pilling. It's really just like, your looks aren't the issue. It's you. Regardless, let's jump into it. Let's jump into it. Also, looks maxers glaze other men more than they actually looks max, but okay.
Everyone wants to look a little better. Maybe you just want to shed a few pounds, hit the gym, try a new hairstyle, maybe switch up your wardrobe. Everyone just wants to look good. But how far are you willing to take it? How far would you go?
Who wants a kissy by this dude? Who wants a kissy?
To look as good as you possibly can. Are you willing to take the black pill? James Sapphire is...
Never take the black pill. Never. Never just take the blue pill. Never just take the red pill. Take the... What is it? Take the purple pill. I don't know. Any pill, but not just exclusively these three. That you didn't wait. I don't care. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna wait again. No, you can't forget that. We're 25 seconds in. No, I will not. Like, I'm not gonna wait another 5 minutes. You can't forget that. No. No.
Is the epitome of everything that could go wrong with male self-improvement and looks maxing. Not only...
Hamza stopped. Hamza quit. This is horror maxing. Yep, this is horror maxing. Like there, it's 25 seconds. Yeah, you won't die, child. Don't worry, you won't die. He didn't even... You weren't there the last time. You were there the last time when we watched like a minute and like 50 seconds in. You've seen this part already.
Did this at the time, 14-year-old child ironically lose any normality he had to his appearance in the attempts to look as good as possible, but also completely lost his sanity along the way. From permanently destroying his face with surgery to getting addicted to various types of drugs and even eating his own feces.
Not surprising, we had this before. Not surprising. Not surprising. We had this before, right? With the furry that ate shit, literally, and put on a piece of paper. So I do not have an attractive voice. I would not say that, nope. And girls don't want me. And I don't even want most girls.
And drinking his own urine. James Sapphire is someone who has lost everything to the black pill. With his notorious lol-cow status across...
But why does he appear gay? Why? Why does that seem the case? Do you know who Lovely Peaches is? Lovely Peaches. Lovely Peaches. I do not know who that is, I think. No, I do not. No, I don't. No, I don't, Eliza. Nope, I don't. Who is that?
all depths of the internet, coupled with the fact that he has not only destroyed his appearance, but destroyed any chance of him ever having a normal life again, serves as a cautionary tale of just how dangerous taking the black pill can be.
Black pillars are just guys that completely gave up on themselves, I'm gonna be honest. That they just are. Like, looks are everything, but I won't be ever looking good, so I'll just give up. Like, most look smashers, and I'm not talking about most black pillars, I'm not talking, I wouldn't even call look smashers, like, actual look smashers, black pillars. Like, hyper black pillars, because they at least tried to fix something. They're still black pill, but they're not black pill. The true black pillars are those who just say, looks are everything, I'm not in control, I just give up. Those are the ones. She's an insane woman. Yeah, never heard of her. Is this James Charles' cousin, long lost brother? But I don't think, does he do underage but still legal age straight boys?
Something I should preface before starting this video is that James is a pretty huge troll, and it's hard to decipher what is embellished and what is true about him. I've done quite a bit of research for this video and have spoken with many people who are or were close to James at different points of his life, so I feel like I've got a good account of what his story is, but it gets pretty convoluted at points, so take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Like, the hammer doesn't do anything. Mewing doesn't do anything. Like, these things don't do anything. They don't help. They don't do anything. And all these looks maxes, when they try to sell you something, they don't work. This is all just a scam to buy some coarse and weird ass shit. All of this does not work. It's useless.
Also, James is extremely racist and misogynistic, so any slurs or hateful rhetoric shown in any of the screenshots I've taken of posts James has made, I just want to make clear I do not stand by, and if stuff like this is triggering to you, especially the N-word that seems to be a favorite of James, I would recommend clicking off the video.
Spoiler alert, I will use the word retard probably a lot again. But yeah. Don't use the N-word. In general.
James Sapphire, also known as Curly Head James, was born in Dallas, Texas, between the years of 2003 and 2005. James had a pretty rough childhood, with his
Bro is younger than me.
father dying in the military before he was born, and his mother being an adult film star as well as a drug addict.
Well, that explains a lot again. Motherless and fatherless behavior.
While it seems he has been in contact with his birth mother at certain points in his life, he claims he wants nothing to do with her, disgusted by her line of work, specializing in some pretty vulgar fetish stuff. And you line of work, specializing in some pretty
He's really young. He's older than you. You're pretty young. Rips a 60-second fart so sexy. Yeah. Yeah.
vulgar fetish stuff. And you can't really blame James for this. She definitely does not seem to be in a solid headspace much of the time, from drugs and other mental illness problems, often leaving incoherent rants across a lot of James's social media accounts. It even seems although she was homeless for at least a period of time, as James shared a clip of her on the news when on a podcast.
Find ways to relocate the homeless.
I haven't heard.
There she is. That's my mom.
Right there. Okay, that looks like the woman.
Says she's been homeless for 8 months, despite what the airport says about trying to relocate the homeless. Says nobody has talked to her about moving.
No.
In fact,
the bitch was on TV? That's crazy. Yeah, with a mother like that, I'd probably have some issues with women too. Why are these people? Why are people mother? It's crazy. There's people out there who want to be parents, but they'll never be because they're incapable of doing so. And there's people who don't deserve to be parents, but are. I don't know, but early 2000s, still young. So when he is born in 2003, he's young. When I'm born in 2001, I'm old. I'm a hag. Women.
She says the airport seems to welcome them.
I'm grateful to the police for letting us come out here and stuff.
It's unclear on if his mother is still homeless now or even still alive. James is emancipated, and he claims although his mother lost custody of him in 2013, which was when James was roughly about 7. So through most of James' childhood, he grew up being raised by his extended family in the Dallas, Texas surrounding area. It could also be that James is lying about this being his mother, which would make a lot more sense, although from the research I've done, I'm actually more inclined to believe that this is his actual birth mother. I'm not gonna get into detail for confidentiality reasons, but from speaking to people around James and public records, this does seem to actually be his real birth mother. But despite his bad circumstances, James was a pretty normal kid for much of his childhood. He played sports, had friends, and was pretty popular among his peers. He even had girls from his school texting him on Snapchat and received numerous compliments.
Bro was getting them women. That's crazy. 2003 feels old. Yes, you are a hag. It's a fact. Some would say, Sumex, you are expired. What do you think about that? They want to have kids, but they don't want to be parents. Yep, very true. Also, a Hunter Eyes just jawline. He is receiving plenty of female. Would always hit him up. Him saying, always hit him up and saying, impregnate me. Men will initiate them up. What the fuck? There's women out there who text this homie and be like, yes, put a baby in my belly. Breeding kink? Question mark.
On his then youthful appearance. And one time, a girl who was interested in James as a compliment called him a pretty boy, and little did either of them know that this singular comment would come to ruin James Sapphire's life forever. Not knowing what a pretty boy was, a 14-year-old James Sapphire googled it just to see what it meant, where a picture of Chico came up on a website called looksmax.org. Now for those unaware, Looksmax is a website and forum dedicated to mostly men trying to max out how good they can genetically appear for the opposite sex. In recent years, it's become a much more known and talked about topic.
Yeah, but these looks maxes, they've slowly started to, like, these people, self-improvement people have slowly started to drop out because, it's tiring. It doesn't work anymore. So people have stopped. Like, Hamza said, yeah, he's good. He's no longer doing it. I'm expired, so what age do they want? 16? I don't know, go ahead and ask EDP. He likes cupcakes. People born in 2000 are getting married, jeez. I wanted to get married in 2019. That didn't go quite so well. Yeah, I want to be married early. I want to be a husband early, have kids early. Look where I'm now. Raise your standards, people. You can do better, for real.
Topic to which a lot of people actually seem to credit James Sapphire for popularizing. And on paper, looks maxing doesn't sound like anything too bad. The idea of looking as good as you can isn't inherently a bad thing. But it's the site's users that make this extremely toxic, frequently telling people of whom they refer to as having bad genetics that they will never find love, and even
Wait, they literally give ratings. They literally give ratings 0 to 2 out of 10. These ratings are reserved for people with genetic deformities, obesity to the degree of Tammy Slayton, or burn other similar accident victims. They will be met with shock by both men and women alike upon seeing them. True cell. These people are 2.5 to 3 out of 10 second percentile. They have too many structural failures that make them look too far removed from the average human, though not disfigured necessarily. They cannot ascend to a MTN and will be considered repulsive to women. Examples: Casey Neistat in his late 20s, one of my teachers said that his wife called him the ugliest YouTuber when playing a video of him in class. Casey Neistat is not ugly. El Paso Mascular? They put those both into like with the same category? There is no way! There is no way. There is no way you put Casey Neistat looks-wise on the same level as this dude. At least he has a somewhat pronounced jawline. This one is just an egg. Neither of those men are ugly. They just look like average guys, and there's plenty of room for improvement, right? Like, you just see their face, but that's about it. Well, I hope that we don't have to see this guy's face, but that's crazy.
Referred to as having bad genetics that they will never find love, and even encourage them to themselves. All
What the fuck?
Bad genetics that they will never find love, and even encourage them to themselves.
3 steps. Go ask out 1,000 women. Step 2, get rejected by everyone. Step 3, go rogue, but take some souls along with you. What the fuck are we advocating for? That gotta be bait. That has to be bait. That's gotta be bait. No, 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 nope, 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 no. I think there is no man. Wait, I can disprove this one immediately. Remember the guy that said that made like his videos of how it is to live like as an ugly person, right? Remember the guy? Remember? Here's a fun fact. Bro was making videos and his wife found him through his YouTube comments and said he actually looks kind of cute. By the way, the guy is married and I think he has a kid. So no, homies, it's not too late. You're not ugly. You just don't take care of yourself. Yeah, most people have room for improvement. Very few people are attractive enough that they don't need any progression. Yep. Very true. Like, there's always something you can do, right? Like, work out, dress better, eat better. Like, you can do things to fix stuff. Like, you're not stuck.
All because they don't look a certain way. A forum like this can be extremely dangerous to a malleable adolescent, and James Sapphire has become the poster child.
What is this? Bro looks like a... You know what he looks like? A human skull with a little bit of skin on. I think the guy from this video is still better than Johnny Somali. Not really, because he's promoting a really dangerous culture. He's a really weird one. A lot of unattractive men just need to grow a beard. True. Kind of. Some men I'm like, homie, if you grew a beard, that would increase your aura. Or I'm like, I see like some really overweight guy and I'm like, damn, bro. You're huge. You're huge right now, but like if you lost some weight, you could be you could get a girl.
For this. After initially discovering the site on accident, James
He clicks on the image and down the rabbit hole he goes. Hole? Wait, where's there a W in there? That's how he discovered this website. Eventually he starts considering surgery and fillers. All these people brainwashing him, saying you need more chin projection. You need hollow cheeks because you have more baby fat. Get rid of that hair, get better eye area. Don't work out because if you have the face, then girls will like you as long as you are 6+ PSL. These terms, this is like brain rot for men, for young insecure men. Crazy. Crazy. And yes, work out. Fun fact. Working out is potentially better than even therapy if you have mental issues, because it fixes something. It can fix I don't know what the thing is called in English, but it fixes something in your brain.
Began to frequently post himself across the forum, where people began to brainwash him into believing he would never be successful in the dating world unless he received various different cosmetic surgeries and fillers, telling him he needed more chin projection, bigger lips, less face fat, and a bunch of other ways in which his appearance was lacking. And eventually James began to actually start believing them, even though at the time girls were still hitting him up on Snapchat, even inviting him to multiple different parties after.
Of course it was manipulation. Of course. Like, he was already getting attention from the ladies. I just find that very interesting that he really went down that path, even if he didn't need to. And it wasn't really necessary at all. Huh.
Discovering the forum, this was not enough for James. He then posted his eyes in a private chat on the site and was told his eye area was utter dog and he would never find love unless he got UE filler, canthroplasty, and orbital implants. James was taken aback by this. Girls had always complimented him on his eyes, but now he was being told he needed surgery by people he trusted, so he became more and more depressed. He felt totally insecure about his appearance and vowed to do anything he could to change it. This was the last video James claims was taken of him before he went completely off the rails and everyone in his city began to hate him.
Off your fucking head too, and them bitches are mine. You're not getting them back, and I put that on my mother too. You're not getting them hoes back. Do you understand me?
Since James was pretty popular, this video proceeded to go viral at James' school, and
he was essentially practically still almost a kid. Where gal is good for everything, but his heart, bro. Not really. Not really. I wouldn't say so. Like, getting fit, you don't need like tons of muscle, but getting fit is pretty easy. If you want to have a proper amount of muscle, sure, but getting fit is not hard. He wasn't even a bad looking guy. He wasn't. This is actually so sad. He was just an insecure kid, very much. From that past reaction trans videos, alright, but I'm against, not okay. I'm against trans rate because they're very offensive. Why are you bringing that up? People who say they're transracial are just retards.
Everyone began to bully him. Any friends he had prior and any girls who were talking to him completely did away with him, and he became seen as easy bait at his school. People would come threaten him with baseball bats, take his jewelry, make him pay for protection.
Basically, bro went mad. Bro got groomed, pretty much. Bro went mad, and even the girls said, nah, we good.
He claims he basically became public enemy #1 in his city. So this is where James decided to drop out of school, using what little money he had to buy more surgery, as well as having bought HGH, AIs, and MK677, which, for those who don't know, are steroids. James is still to this day super vengeful of the people who bullied him in high school, frequently posting about how much he hates them and how he can't wait to one day get revenge on all of them for whatever that might mean. James seems to be...
Are we getting another Roger case soon? That's actually crazy. They'll make him more insecure and lonely. This is bad. Yeah, I think it's too late. Yeah, I think this is too late.
Be pretty self-aware of his situation. He himself even claims to have lost everything to this forum. From taking the advice from incels on looks...
What was that? Really, I went through all this trauma, I didn't even say the half of it here, because this thread would legit be 2 hours long and most won't even read this one. Just be called a... Michael Jackson on a Looksmax forum full of insults. Wait, he himself realizes this? Then why are you not stopping?
James seems to be pretty self-aware of his situation. He himself even claims to have lost everything.
To the gray cell unregistered user reading this, what is a gray cell? Chat, we're getting the Looksmaxing terms here. What is a gray cell? From the call of recruit is a user from a forum in okay. Incels wiki. Let's see. A gray cell? Former called a recruit. That's odd. It's a user who has less than 500 posts on the forums because their username is showing gray text. Basically, they're just what the fuck? What are these terms, bro? What are these terms?
To this forum. From taking the advice from incels on looksmax.org, he slowly started to become one himself and lost everything in the process. James, losing everything and completely regretting the surgeries he had done to his face, says in a post, "If I would have known what taking such strong responsibility and having this powerful information would do to me, I would have ignored it and lived ignorantly in bliss." But little did he know that this would only be the tip of the iceberg for just how low his life could get. Now, the timeline for James Sapphire's social media side of his story is a little convoluted, and my timeline might not be exactly perfect, but I do think this is the most interesting part of the James Sapphire story, so I'm going to try my best to get this side of his journey coherent. It seems after dropping out with no education or real way to make money, this is where James Sapphire began to try to take becoming an internet personality more seriously. He did initially go
Oh god, that's crazy. Addiction? Soon? Probably, I would assume. It's crazy that he literally had women interested in him, calling him attractive, but he instead listened to other men. I bet none of them calling him ugly had girls, so their advice was pointless. That's why I'm not even saying it as a joke. Single people keep single people single. It is just the truth. Don't take advice from people that are not in a relationship. Straight up.
Go out and get a regular job at the dollar store to make some money for himself so he could buy more surgery, candy, etc. But James would only work there for about 5 months before quitting, as he described actually working a regular job for a living as slave labor, and he also wasn't very enthusiastic about many of his African American co-workers. James vowed he would never work a normal job again and began to put more—
That's crazy. That's crazy. Quitting the job because I'm racist. Interesting. Highly interesting.
Focus into what he was doing on social media. He had been doing TikTok and Instagram stuff up until that point, but never really took it too seriously. James Sapphire stated himself on his Looks Maxing account, "If you people had a song and lore with potential, you would take it. It's not my fault as well. I fell into a friend group of a bunch of TikTokers who I will not name who persuaded me to promote this stuff. Besides, normies see it as a joke." But as James said, people were intrigued by his story and dissension into madness, with me included, so he thought he would make a pivot into capitalizing on it. And to some degree, it worked. As I said earlier, he is the one who popularized this whole Looks Maxing craze, as well as—
Biggest mistake ever. I'll be back to my music. I'm gonna watch some TikTok videos. Take care, Zoom. Yeah, this is just wild. This is just wild that if he is basically the pilot of all of this, yeah, that's terrible.
bone smashing, but that one's kind of weird. I'll get into that.
That one's very weird because there's actual people who break their bones, literally. They break their bones so they can regrow in the way they needed. The problem is that those do not regrow. He's the OG guy, apparently, yes.
That one later, James continued to post more and more to his TikTok and began to amass a relatively small but very loyal following. Then in 2021, he would branch out to other platforms like Instagram and Snapchat, and this is about the time I found out about him, even though I wish I didn't. Here are some screenshots of the stuff he used to post on his stories back in the day.
What the fuck? Okay, we're reading this. Also, basically, in this case, he kickstarted the Looks Maxing thing, and now with lengthening surgeries. Incels get a bad rep, but we don't care about because you women don't know shit and you're all retards. Interesting. F all women, by the way, down there. White is the best race. Whites are worshipped by Asians as well. When you think all the characters in anime are white with light eyes because they're Japanese. Spoiler alert! Japanese are usually Very pale. Spoiler alert. Yeah, people that don't get a lot of sun are pale. Why do you think girls worship light eyes? That's crazy. That is crazy. This guy is crazy. Don't call me racist for hating all black women. Because I hate all women, including Mexican women. Why do you hate the Latinas? Oh no! Don't the Latinas! Why did the Latinas didn't do anything? White women, especially Indians. Well, Indians catching special stray, I guess, from him. Also, I hate all Filipino women, but they're slightly less worse than American women. I am racist for hating all races, but not specifically for hating black people, because my hate for women goes to all races. That what the fuck is he yapping about? I'm not a bigot. I hate everyone. What the fuck did women ever do to him? Nothing. That's the problem. He's projecting. It was men taking this as a personal attack, not the Latinas. The Latinas, not the Latinas. Shadow won't like this one. He like the men did that to him. The dudes did that to him, not the ladies. The ladies liked him. How it comes around, and my love for having sex goes around. I have had set hundreds of times. You all think I'm a virgin, but I'm not. I'm a sad motherfucker who judges too much on looks. Does sex count if you're scissor? Cause that's what I do. Why would I do? I have a vagina. What the fuck? Why does he worship full lips then? That's not inherently white feature. That's a good question. I have no idea. White supremacist. That's a new one. We have never watched one who was one. Or is one. That's interesting. New content unlocked, chat.
On his stories back in the day. Just extremely racist, misogynistic, incel rants that he would post very frequently, sometimes even like 20 times a day on both his respective stories. James also seems to have a huge disdain to showering or really any practice of hygiene, which he frequently
Looks maxing Asmongold? Looks maxing Asmongold, chat. That's crazy. What the hell is bro yapping? Bro is just done. Like, he's just done. He was absolutely groomed into this by other men on the website and blames it on women. Like, I know both sides have serious issues. But that is not the way to go.
He ranted about as well on his social media. Here's maybe my favorite post James has ever made on his Looks Maxing account, which reads as following: I haven't showered in 8 months. Don't brush my teeth. Eat my poop. Boogers. Drink urine. Don't wipe. Don't clean my penis after I jerk off 10.
Yeah, by the way, if you beat your meat 10 times a day, I do not believe that you get girls, because why do you have the need to beat your meat 10 times a day?
Times a day, sit in my room all day naked playing Roblox. I don't shave or clean my fingernails and toenails, don't cut them, plus I have lice. While you have to take showers.
Does he have lice in his foreskin as well? Hygiene is important, period. You just don't need hygiene for this one. You need the eat what? He eats his shit. Literally. You need more than that. You need like a literal like cleaning service for this one.
Hours and do everything? I don't. Oh yeah, James also seems to have a huge affinity for trans women, expressing his attraction towards them many times.
I have news for you. I have news for you. If you are a man and you sleep with trans women, you, my dear friend, are gay. You are gay as hell. If you like cock, you are gay. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. If you fuck another man's ass, you are gay. Food enthusiast, interesting. Nah, he's just gay.
Times on his looks maxing profile.
Maybe that explains, actually, why he didn't care about the opinions of women, but the opinions of men. Maybe he is just that. Gay.
Claiming that trans women have not wronged him in the same way that real women have, so he therefore doesn't hold any grudges against them as he does with women born female at birth. He is such an incel that it literally turns him into being LGBTQ. Some people would probably say this is trolling, which fair, but I feel like there's at least something to this. The posts seem to come from a pretty genuine place of attraction, but who knows. This is also roughly about the time that
I hate women so much. This is literally, he hates women so much that he literally turned gay. He literally said one day, "I'm so gay. I'm so I hate women so much. I'm gay." That man is a homosexual. Margot Robbie with a dick would be a fuda. Am I crazy? Yes, it would be. It literally would be. Like, it would. Okay, yeah, it would be. It would be. It would be. Like, it actually would be. Like, that would be classified as fuda. Because, like, woman, but cock. Yeah.
James ate his own feces and drank his own urine on camera.
Yo, what's up, guys? You see this on my finger? I'm gonna send the video to my story very soon once I eat it. Low key, it does not look too bad.
This is pretty obviously fake, but just goes to show.
I was like, yeah. I was like, I was about to say. I was about to say. I was about to skip, dude. I was about to say. Oh my goodness. Whoops. Yeah, otherwise it would not be in this video because, fun fact, that's actually illegal. I was about to say, homie's not eating that on a video. That's crazy. Oh no.
The type of stuff he would post on his social media at the time. If he was ever going to try to take this seriously, he was going about it in the completely wrong direction. Or maybe not, I mean, I'm talking about it right now, so hey, maybe this was a good decision since he was already not taken very seriously at the time, and this was probably just another attempt at him going viral. But either way, James was only able to keep his Snapchat and original Instagram up for another few months before getting banned due to the type of content he posted. But that was okay, because luckily for James, he had an ace up his sleeve. James subsequently decided this is where he would start to drop some music. He seems to have had a love of music since his childhood. There's even videos of him playing guitar in his school talent show, so this seemed like a logical next step for his social media endeavors. Now, James's trajectory.
So we went from incel to feces eater to musician. Yeah, this is gonna go horrible.
And sound throughout his music career is very diverse, going through multiple different distinct phases in his musical journey. The first of which is a pitched up pop star motif. His first few songs sounded like they could be on the Disney Channel or like a Kids Bop playlist. The most popular song from this era is called Together, which also got turned into a meme sound on TikTok.
My girl, she's my wonderful world. Every game she plays in a spark of flame. My girl's wearing those expensive pearls. She'll be taking my last name.
I honestly don't know what James was thinking when he was making this. I couldn't imagine anyone ever actually listening to this outside of a meme, so maybe that's what he was going for. But luckily for us.
But that was not the worst thing. I imagined horrid shit to come out, but that wasn't the worst thing. That wasn't the worst thing ever. I would never listen to this. But that wasn't the worst thing ever. God, I won't be able to eat tonight. That is also not the intention. But that's not the worst thing ever. This is not the worst thing ever. Dare I say, if he actually did it properly, he might have had some talent.
This era of James didn't last long, as he pretty quickly changed his sound from Disney pop to hyperpop. James demonstrated this change on what would be his most popular feature ever and second biggest song he's ever been on, Y2K by Party Like 2000s. I'm not gonna lie, as someone who used to be a big hyperpop fan, I actually kinda like this song and used to listen to it at the gym. But as James was making music, he continued to troll on social media, often making himself the butt of the jokes in his TikToks, and kind of embraced his overall living meme status.
Like I said, it's not particularly the worst. Like, like, what he could have done. It's just that he refused, that he went down, like, fell down this into a hole. That's really it. Not bad, kids would eat that up. Probably, yeah. Like some teenage girls, they would eat that up.
He carved out for himself at that point. During this period, James actually seemed to be doing alright for a while. That is, until eventually everything took a turn for the worst. This is what I'm going to dub the rockstar era of James Sapphire. Between his music, drug use, and deteriorating mental health, I think this is a good title. This era kicks off with arguably James' most notable achievement to date, founding and popularizing a new subset of look smashing called bone smashing. Now, before I go into detail on what bone smashing is, I just want to say I do not endorse or encourage anyone at home to try bone smashing.
Don't do bone smashing. Your bones will not grow the way you want them to. Guns, lots of guns. What are you yapping, Zoom? Like, why should I read that? I now have to only edit this out. Like, please say something relevant.
An extremely dangerous endeavor that can more or less be chalked up to pure pseudoscience, so keep that in mind. But bone smashing is where you lightly hit your face with a hammer or some hard object to slowly refine your face into having a more chiseled structure. Eventually, from repeated light blunt force trauma, the bones start to grow and mold themselves into having a more desired shape. Some studies say that it can actually be successful in refining face shape if done properly, but others claim it to just be a fictitious internet trend with no real facts behind it. I'm more inclined to believe the latter on this one, but
yeah, it doesn't work. It does not work. It's a straight up lie. Again, it's just an internet trend, possibly to make even money off of it, as usual. The classic, you know? It's just to make money. That's really it.
To each their own. Either way, James Sapphire is credited for starting and popularizing this trend, and it even landed him an interview with Know Your Meme, a pretty sizable website and internet culture hub. The interview is basically just asking James some questions about bone smashing, like what it is and if it works, where James speaks on his experience with doing it for what he claims has been 2 years at that point. I'll link the full interview in the description if you want to read it in its entirety.
Also, it looks just dumb. Bro constantly is like mewing. He just looks like he's like mewing 24/7.
But there is one excerpt from it that I think is pretty damning and shows James opening up a bit about his mental health. To the question, do you regret bone smashing? James Sapphire responds as saying, I have a ton of regrets in life. Bone smashing is a cult for me, a safe space, even if it is just a placebo. Each time I pick up that hammer, I feel empowered with each hit. I know I will achieve my goal. All the times I was beat up at school, approached once by the baseball team who had bats threatening to kill me, thrown into bathrooms and scuffed up and bullied, each hit I've had to endure from normies is represented by my smashes. And not only is it an emotional scar, but it is now a physical scar shown visibly on my face. Bone smashing seems to be more than just...
It's a coping mechanism. He's picking up the hammer to smash his face a little bit to cope. That's what it is. He always appears constipated. Very true. Like, that's what it is. That's crazy. Interesting. What a weird coping mechanism. I think that's one of the weirder ones. Not as weird as, you know, wearing diapers and being a diaperologist. But aside from that, that's one on the weirder end.
It's a way to look better for James. It's a tool he uses to forget the outside world and sedate his mind into only concentrating on forming a better face structure, instead of dealing with the many problems he has in his life. I truly do feel really bad for James when hearing stuff like this, but sadly for him, this interview proved to do nothing but worsen his situation, because after this interview with Know Your Meme, James would subsequently get doxxed as well as swatted. See, while James does have a lot of fans, with him being a huge internet troll and lolcow, he has just as many, if not more, haters. As you saw by many of the screenshots I've used, he isn't exactly the nicest guy on the internet, and he's been notoriously known to go into voice chats on Discord just to talk shit and troll people. So all the trolling he's done through the years,
and if someone said they had enough and just straight up, yeah, said, yeah, we good. We're gonna swat you. Yep. Classic.
seem to actually catch up to him in real time, with him having to face real life consequences due to his actions over the internet. But it wasn't all bad for James, as here he would have a short victory, at least as far as his music career went. This is where James made his most popular single to date, called Black Pill Curse, which gained a lot of traction on TikTok yet again, especially in looks maxing posts. This song sits at having well over 1 million streams on Spotify and just under 300,000 views on YouTube as of this recording, which is definitely—
He actually kind of does a little bit. You are not wrong. He actually does look like Richard Ramirez, a little bit at least. There is some resemblance. I can see it. I can actually see it. That's crazy.
nothing to scoff at. These are some pretty notable numbers, which shows despite his bad reputation, he does have a genuine fan base. Here's a clip of the song itself. This song I've actually had stuck in my head all throughout the process of making this video. If the lyrics weren't so tied to the black pill, I would even call this a good song, which seems to be a pretty common sentiment held by many fans of his as well, but James seems to not really care and wants to embrace his black pill identity.
Like I said, if he actually focused only on his music and stopped the black pill shit, he could actually quite redeem himself. He's not going to. Like, this isn't the worst shit ever. Like, it really isn't. Hold up, nice shit. It's not the, if you are into that type of genre, it's probably not the worst.
Farther, but aside from his music, this is easily the darkest period of James' life, as any success or money he'd make from his
What did he have in his mouth? Nah, bro.
Music or his social media profiles would go directly into fueling his budding drug addiction. See, one thing I didn't mention is that all throughout 2022 and much of 2023, James Sapphire had been heavily using substances such as methamphetamine, cocaine, and codeine promethazine syrup, also known as lean. So much so that James was even sent to a mandatory state-induced rehab in late 2023. He seems to have gone through long bouts of drug-induced psychosis, as well as just a general loss of reality, which is backed up by the very strange, delirious posts he would make during this time period, as well as the downright bizarre songs and style of editing he put out during his time of hard drug use. He claims he would—
I guess you need drugs to be a good artist? Maybe I should make YouTube videos. Maybe I should do reactions while being high. I don't know, maybe that helps.
Was a daily user at that point, sinking further and further into a deeper and deeper depression, all leading to James eventually overdosing on methamphetamine, with him nearly dying, then being forced into a rehab facility. This was the complete rock bottom for James. By this point, his drug problem had completely spiraled out of control. And between him dropping out of high school and the fact that he could never get a normal job because one Google search of his name would prevent anyone—
Yeah, if you search up his name, and if I was somebody hiring him, and I would be like, I would for real be like, yeah, I'm not hiring this dude. That's not happening. That's extremely loud, homie. What fucking car, dude? I'm about to lose it. Like, I would not hire this motherfucker. Do he have shit in his hand? Probably not. Probably not. This is so sad. He was a really cute guy. Fell into his this loop of looks maxing and insult culture, which ruined his face, his mental health, his public perception, everything. Yep, that is when you take the black pill way too far. Or you take the black pill at all.
From ever hiring him, James Sapphire felt like he had completely ruined his entire life, and to much degree, he most certainly did. He may never be able to fully recover from his past mistakes, and will probably go to the grave with his face still mangled by plastic surgery, but at the very least, it does seem as of late he is taking the right steps towards putting his life back together. He's actively seeing multiple different therapists to deal with his past trauma, and has gotten completely sober from hard drugs, now only using marijuana. And while James still doesn't seem to be interested in working a normal job, he seems to be coasting frugally off government assistance and food stamps. James says in a post that he gets $1,200 a month from military disability due to his deceased father and relies on food stamps for his basic necessities, getting a bit of money from his music as well as other in-person side hustles to keep him afloat, only really ever leaving his apartment to go to therapy or to get groceries. It isn't exactly a very ideal situation.
It's not a W, but it's not an L. He's making the right steps. He is, in fact, making the right steps. Not bad, not bad. That's a good direction. We still have 3 minutes. Don't know. Might backfire.
Kind of just coasting off government assistance, but it still is a big step up for how his life was going previously. Also, as of recently, James has gotten completely off social media, deleting all his Instagram posts and removing much of the videos on his YouTube channel, which I think is the right move for James.
Very good, very good. We are on a good start. Very good.
Social media has done nothing but harm to James throughout his life, so him taking the initiative to consciously remove himself from his online identity is the only way I see James ever really recovering. While James is now stepping away from the black pill, it's not the same James as he was before. He said multiple times that his internet personality was not a persona and was just a mirror of how he was really feeling at the time. And now, with everything said and done, he's left with many regrets and trauma from a life of unsupervised internet usage that led him to where he is today. I want to end this segment with a quote from James himself that I feel
W. James, for real. W. James. This seems to work.
Really encapsulates the fallout of his story well. They took everything from us. Took our depression, turned it into a joke, we got nothing out of it. Now I'm left rotting in despair while they get to move on with their lives. I am only now just starting to pick up the pieces and finally get my life back together after being on hiatus my entire teenage years. They all took advantage of me during my emotional distress and high out of my mind on crystal meth, coercing me into doing things I not only regret looking back on, but things that will severely impact my future for the rest of my life. I will never forgive or forget the ones who did this to me.
Conclusion. Yeah, it is quite sad that how a somewhat really successful young man with his looks, he had absolutely the world open for dating, and then he just fell upon the looks maxing, and it turned out weird. Maybe drugs are good for people would take your words out of context. Never use drugs to ruin people's life. Very true. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't take any other substances that I would be aware of. I think I'm good.
What I hope everyone can take away from this video is that you should be very careful on what you post and view online. The internet never forgets, and a post you make today can and will be used to haunt you down the road. Be mindful of what you are doing on here. Any toxic fringe internet circles such as the black pill should be avoided at all costs. It will do nothing but ruin your mind and further dampen your spirit. It's most likely too late for James Sapphire, but it is most certainly not too late for you. Please seriously
seek help if you are going down that line. Also, there's plenty of things you can weaponize. The problem is that I genuinely believe the things I say, so, good luck. I don't really care. Should the cancellation come, I'm like, yep, go ahead.
Stop and think before you engage with the internet, because if you don't, the consequences could be detrimental. But I hope you enjoyed the video. I know this really isn't like my typical upload. I've been trying to branch out from strictly doing like anime type content, so if you did enjoy the video, please leave a like.
Yeah, this was a good video. This was a really good video. Can definitely recommend this channel. He's doing a great job. That was a good video. I like this. Well, now we know basically the guy who popularized looks maxing and how that turned out for him. Chat, don't looks max. Just fix the things you actually can fix. Work out, dress better, get a good diet, hygiene, really important. That's pretty much it. Social skills, those are important. I don't even have those, but regardless. But yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. Yay, we did this. Did not enjoy, have developed trauma. True. Very, very true. But that's why I'm here. Trauma. Okay, I can't get rid of the Ludwig one. And the Lilitino one. And I need something normal. I for real did something normal. Same. Hello, hi bug guy, also known as Dream Warden. I know, hi. I'm fasting today. Tonight? Yeah, true. I need something more normal. I'm gonna do this. Honey Badgers versus Wolverine. Deciding the impossible fight by Casual Geographic. We have reacted to his Honey Badger video. So yeah, let's see what these guys are doing. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking, subscribing. Yeah, let's go. I enjoyed it. Yeah, now you gotta watch a movie, child.
An Oreo-flavored bowl cut wearing assault on the food web. A scavenging super soldier steroid weasel. Two animals infamous for durability blessed by the almighty.
Yeah, but is a Wolverine as durable as a Honey Badger? Like, these things just straight up fold anything. They don't care. Like, they just have eternal beef with everything.
Disregard of death as a concept, and being a part-time predatory hemorrhoid. An unstoppable force versus an immovable object. A fight as much philosophical as physical, and today, we'll
him versus him. Bella Wolverine, they both small but have giant attitude. They're like short women with anger issues. Straight up. Honey Badger, strength 85, agility 75, rage meter 101. Wolverine, strength 92, agility 70, rage meter 95. Let's see.
We'll break down how these musclets match up until in the end, only one is left standing. Now disclaimer, I've actually done this video before, but after some additional research and some number crunching, my answers changed quite a bit, and after mulling it over, I actually feel pretty good about my pick. Another note I wanted to add is there are no definites in nature. What I mean is, if I say animal A would beat animal B in a fight, I don't mean animal A would run the table every time. It's more like if A and B squared up 10 times, I'd expect animal A to hypothetically win at least 6. Any debate worth having wouldn't just be one contender steamrolling the other.
Yeah, the bear versus gorilla, and the humans versus the gorilla. Short women frogette. No, she has no anger issues. But you appear to have them because you're short and angy.
That being said, let's meet the misfits. The Honey Badger's black Air Force energy emanating from an aggressive tube sock. At only about 20 to 30 pounds and a length of 22 to 30 inches, the glorified ferret is too small, too slow, and too solitary for a conventional way of life. In a world of fight or flight, the Honeyhead's defining trait is not having wings, and monochrome crash outs are actually their best defense. But it's not just a bluff. The bane of bees has 1.5-inch claws, mostly for digging and breaking into hives, and jaws powerful enough to crack open a tortoise. They apparently use those jaws to castrate large.
They go after the turtles. No, I don't like them anymore. I didn't like them before, but the turtles. Poor turtles.
Animals to bleed them to death. But if we want to be fair here, we do have to mention that the castration claim came from Kruger Park Ranger James Stevenson Hamilton in 1947 and hasn't been documented since. Either way, the real flex is that if cockroaches had
Wait, they're basically the Liver King? They're basically the Liver King. They are. They're removing the testicles first.
Breasts, they'd probably be honey badgers. They're that hard to kill. They famously have thick 6mm skin that can tank quills, bites, bee stings, machetes, and most importantly, severe maulings from much larger predators. The rotel also has freakishly loose skin that makes it nearly impossible to pin down without it turning around into—
Bro is stretchy. Mr. Fantastic, but very angry.
Delivering punishment to the face. Additionally, they have a reversible anal pouch with a smell foul enough to gift angry bees the power of discernment, although I don't think it would affect a rampaging wolverine. All in all, the honey badger punches way above its weight, and it needs to have a chance. The wolverine is a travel-sized bear on bath salts and a different kind of cockroach, living on the very fringes of existence where most others could not. Wolverines weigh about 30 to 45 pounds and measure up at 28 to 42 inches, and they also have the honey badger problem of not having the bulk of a bear, the parkour prowess of a puma, or the power of friendship like wolves.
But they do have the anger issues of the Hulk. They're basically furry Hulks. Attack the balls of huge animals, one of their methods, yeah. It's the classic rule. If something's bigger and stronger, go straight for the testicles, go straight for the nuts.
Do have jaws strong enough to crush bone and chew through frozen flesh, and 4-inch semi-retractable claws, mostly for climbing, but also for running non-retractable fades. Like the honey badger.
So they basically also have the ability for aerial attacks from above. Interesting. The bees, honey badger deal with are African, which much more hostile and dangerous than European bees. Yeah. Always works. Furry Hulk. Yep.
They have thick loose skin, but also a coat to insulate them from the elements. They're also the IRS for animals way above their weight class, as they're on record shifting cougars, wolves, and in some rare cases, even bears from meals. And again, like the honey badger, they also weaponize their—
Dude, they're picking beef with bears? They're just straight up picking beef with bears. That is just crazy.
Their anal glands, enough to have the nickname Skunk Bear. Not something that should matter against a badger, but the fight would be an odious assault on and of every sense. The wolverine's bigger frame means it has confirmed kills against animals up—
But why are they so cute though? If not why friend-shaped? Why are they friend-shaped? They makes me I want to pet them, but I know I'm gonna lose the hand.
To 20 times its size, and there's even one case of a wolverine allegedly putting a polar bear in past tense by latching its jaws around the bear's windpipe. But just like with the honey badger, there is—
Bro, cut off the air supply. Okay.
Isn't really evidence of a rageaholic gym sock suffocating a polar bear with more than just smell, but then again, people won't let facts get in the way of a good story. That's how some animals end up sounding way worse than they actually are, and how other animals don't get taken nearly seriously enough. Like the most dangerous animal in Yellowstone isn't a wolverine, a wolf, or even a bear, and a quick look at these articles and you'll see that a fluffy, bearded—
The bison, the worst animal you can encounter is an old man on hoofs. That's what it is. It's an old man, basically. This is cute, like small bear. Exactly, looks like a small bear. Bear weasel, like exactly. It's cute. What do you mean? It looks friend-shaped.
Tank puts way more humans in hospital beds, but actually reading the articles will tell you that it's the people causing problems, and the bison are guilty of only protecting their personal space. That's why it's important you have both sides of a story before you start judging, and that's why I'm working with Ground News. Ground News is an app and website developed by a former NASA engineer who saw news outlets basically bias planting to boost engagement. And like I always say, if you think you're impervious to bias, then you're exactly who would be affected by it. But you can take the power back, because Ground News counters that by putting all the world's headlines from across the political spectrum in one place so you can actually be fully informed. Bison bias aside, here you can see the attack was covered by over 120 sources, with 72% being relatively center and 21 and 6% left and right leaning respectively, basically a blind spot for the right. But both sides seem to agree if a mobile boulder turns you into a flapjack, you probably had it coming. What they don't agree on are what to make of the recent LA protests, and with Ground News, you can see that out of an overwhelming 750 plus sources, over 140 leaned left to the 100 plus rolling right. right, and with the comparison feature, you can see that the left criticized the escalation in Marine deployments and police involvement, while those leaning right are highlighting the volatility of the situation.
Bye, bug guy. Take care, and use some ice.
And the hopes that the deployments can quell it. With 85% of sources rated as highly factual, you can trust that what you're reading is accurate. Also, with the blind spot feature, you can read up on stories one side may have completely missed to really paint the full picture. If you're as chronically online as I am, you need ground news at your disposal, and if you use my link, I got you 40% off the same $5 a month Vantage plan I'm using. Make sure you go to groundnews.com/casualgeo, click the link below, or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe to what the Nobel Peace Center called an excellent way to stay informed. But to see who would get unsubscribed from life first, it's imperative to see how they move in the world they live in. Because laying out all—
Yeah, also, by the way, moose absolutely have beef with humans as well. Like, one of the worst animals I've heard you can encounter in some places is a moose.
all the tools they have to work with isn't as important as how they use them in the first place, starting with the sand-seasoned rage-baiting ratel. Honey badgers have the second widest prey range of any mustelid, and most of what they find is by using their claws to dig them up. A study done in the Khalahadi Transfrontier Park found that most of what they eat are small mammals like mice and gerbils, and small reptiles like geckos and skinks. But honey badgers are also high metabolic maniacs that'll try highly venomous snakes such as puff adders and black mambas, and they'll steal larvae straight from the heart of homicidal beehives. They're so masochist coded that many believe that they're immune to venom when they're only resistant. There are cases of honey badgers being excused from the mortal roll call while eating honey because they got stung to death in the process, and getting flatlined by snakes because they kept getting bit but refused to quit.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're just resistant. They just have a poison resistance equipped. You know? When you go to this movie, yes, I would go to this movie. I would watch it.
Badgers seem to have a severe lack of self-preservation, but it makes sense when you live in a world where running away is physically not an option. But it also means they're crazy enough to try to meal tax a leopard right in front of it. And that's cause the honey badger is a forager on steroids that doesn't pass up opportunities to eat because they virtually can't afford to. Most predators rest and chill after a big kill, but honey badger will stop only for as long as it takes to consume it before running off to find another. This mentality also—
Is Croc Rock a honey badger? Huh.
also helps his furry fitted sheet not fold in the face of predators, and constantly fighting back even inches from death means even if it can be killed, it often ends up being more effort than it's worth. In a desolate landscape like the Kalahari, an overachieving weasel scrounges a living in the area code of some of the most impressive and oppressive forces of predatory.
I mean, which animal would tolerate that? Like, imagine this, right? Imagine this, right? You tell your other animal companions, where you got that scar. Well, I got folded by a honey badger. Like, why would I even, like, great. I want to be a honey badger if I were born as a wild animal. Yep. High defense, high attack, low speed. Literally, a small little tank.
Nature. Wolverines are survivalists on steroids that live in some of the most unlivable places on Earth. While bears hibernate through the dead of winter, the skunk bear is still outside in avalanche country. Those claws work as crampons to let the Hulk weasel cling to the side of a cliff, and having large paws
Hulk weasel, see? See?
Means they can run across the same deep snow other animals would sink in. Those jaws are specifically designed to tear through flesh that's frozen solid, and a wolvie will eat every part of a carcass, right down to the teeth. They even have a molar that's been rotated 90 degrees for the main purpose of cutting through ice solid meat. Also, they are the second most disrespectful creature to inclines, with number 1 going to goats. Wolverines will use mountains like we use crosswalks. It's actually why they're so impossible to keep track of. A motivated Wolverine will easily trek through 40 miles of rough, virtually inaccessible terrain in a day, and in Glacier National, there was one case of a Wolverine scaling a 5,000-foot peak in an hour and a half. And that stubbornness applies.
Bro does not care. Anybody ever played Skyrim and, like, tried to get up a mountain that should not be possible, but you, like, that was much less worth of an effort, but you still did it? Like, you just still jumped up and tried to get up there, even if it was kind of not worth it? That's these little guys. Instead of drugs, I'll just fight Snake and get high. Pretty much like Dolphin, who play with a pufferfish to get high. And murk the pufferfish in the process.
to their diet, since wolverines often have to scavenge under the noses of apex predators. But wolverines can kill too, and in a study, 84% of the observed wolverines' diets included reindeer, and 28% of those were actually wiped out by wolverines.
What the they're picking beef with reindeer? Damn.
There might not be a worse predator to have than a wolverine, and it's because of how they hunt. Wolverines are the pioneers of one-person persistence hunting, and in one study, a wolverine chased a caribou for a total of just under 40 miles in a hunt exceeding 6 hours. The animal with
Damn, so basically they have a similar hunting behavior as humans back in the day. Because of like long stamina. Interesting. Honey badger they would play there. Yeah, true. But I'm more and more to believe that the wolverine can definitely pick a bone with a honey badger. Endurance-wise, they're pretty good.
glutton for a Latin name will tailgate a mark until they eventually gas out. So whether it's a determined garbage disposal or a flagrantly reckless felony ferret, beating either would be a war of attrition. But the question still remains, can he fight though? Both these animals rely on intimidation and offensive defense, but how do they fare when that bluff gets called? With honey badgers, those claws probably wouldn't feel good across the face, but the real damage is in that bite. A honey badger's jaws are strong enough to pull the meat out of a carcass after other predators are done with it. They're actually built for conflict, because the badger's skull has a transverse mandibular condyle that
Damn. Maybe it is the honey badger, in fact. Maybe the honey badger is, in fact, him. Humans used to hunt in long distance as groups, not as one man running miles over miles. But, like, yeah, in groups, but, the system is still similar. It's an endurance thing. Like, eventually, the animal that you're hunting is gonna run out of gas. The system is similar. It's not perfectly the same, but the system is similar. And also, as a singular human, you would still apply the same tactic, probably.
Locks into the jaw socket, creating a tight fit that secures the jaw and makes it incredibly difficult to dislodge or dislocate. That's how a honey badger maintains its dental grip on either prey or predators, no matter how hard they buck. The jaw strength is how honey badgers are documented murking goats and sheep, usually by tearing holes in their underside and disemboweling them. The honey badger will also use its nasty bite to factory reset snakes by immobilizing them with a bite to the back of the head. By essentially shanking ops with their teeth and using claws for leverage, the honey badger has
tasty. Snake. Fresh.
Scored some impressive wins against raptors like Marshall and tawny eagles, and even the African porcupine, the same one that's a lion's last resort. When honey badgers fight each other, injuries show that they go for the face, neck, and underbelly because they know that everything else is a waste of time. The honey badger is an absolute stonewall, but its size means it's realistically not killing prey bigger than a sheep, not like the wolverine. The wolverine is a walking vice grip capable of crippling prey. They have the same tight sealed jaw mechanism that all mustelids do, and they use it by climbing on top of prey and eviscerating the neck and shoulder area. One of their favorite strats is running up on prey trapped in deep snow and essentially turning their last moments into a rodeo. Wolverines have used this to single-handedly take down Dall's sheep, reindeer, mountain goats, elk, and even the biggest mark in the area. From 1967 to 2001 in Krasnoyarsk, Russia, there were 19 cases of wolverines flatlining moose, and based on the bodies...
Moose? Moose. Male or female? Moose? Moose? They can kill moose? What the fuck?
They favor tearing at the legs, neck, and shoulder. Now to be fair, the wolverines usually went after the young, the sick, or as mentioned, those swallowed by snowdrifts, but it's still a feral ferret the size of a mid-dog taking the life of an animal 20 times its size. Against each other, they use their hook claws to grapple and try to land their trapped jaws around the face and throat. The wolverine has a higher power rating than a honey badger, but the honey badger has that dog in him. Even in a dying effort, honey badgers have been known to throw hands at a lion for hours. But there's another aspect we gotta look at, and this might actually be what decides it. How they match up with predators is a big factor, since in this fight,
I mean, yeah, an old moose, a sick moose, is probably not the greatest foe, but still, or young moose, but still, it's still much bigger. That's still much bigger.
they're going up against another predator. And there's no shortage of threats to a honey badger's well-being. Lions, hyenas, leopards, wild dogs, crocodiles, baboons, and pythons are all liable to catch an African aggro skunk slipping. As much as their reputation precedes them, honey badger got quite a lot to give a shit about. Even though they can live for nearly 30 years in captivity, in the wild most won't make it past 7. Honey badgers aren't the indestructible black and white badger berserkers the internet says they are. They're actually very vulnerable to predators. And it seems that the honey badger's two biggest threats are leopards and hyenas. As funny as it is, mature lions typically avoid them, since beefing with a malice-operated weasel when you hunt buffalo for a living is a genuine
Malice-operated weasel is crazy. Damn, so they do get folded a lot.
waste of time. But leopards and hyenas are more curious, and since a foot-tall badger can't outrun a hyena gang or sidestep a leopard, they literally have no other option than to fight to buy itself extra time on Earth. But ultimately, honey badgers have no shot at crippling any predator bigger than a jackal, and it becomes a losing matchup when a predator decides it does have time. It's just that the honey badger's crackhead determination means it can survive situations they have no business walking away from.
Sent into air, literally flying. Oh, wait, that was a good clip.
Just that the honey badger's crackhead determination means it can survive situations they have no business walking away.
First bonked. First bonked with the horns, and then, yep, up into the air you go.
From. Wolverines don't face the sheer volume, but they still have a familiar feline build, one of the greatest pack hunters of all time, and one of the largest land predators on Earth to deal with. Like the honey badger, the Wolverine's durability has been blown up as time's gone on. They're actually really vulnerable against wolves. They'll square up and fight the good fight, but they're as brave as they need to be until there's a tree. In a study on the mortality of Wolverines in Sweden, over 40% died to a predator, likely a wolf, or another reen. Of course, we're still talking about a freaking Wolverine, and you gotta take a gigaferret capable of offing elk, lynxes, and on the right day, a moose. Seriously, Wolverines are a legitimate risk to predators that can't afford to tank injuries, and this can lead to them getting bullied out of resources that may not have been worth it. Wolverines are one of the rarest mammals in America, and because they typically live in the inhospitable, we don't really know how these encounters typically go, but we know one thing for sure. Wolves, cougars, black bears, and brown bears can and have killed Wolverines, and no Wolverine has been recorded murking one of them, unless you believe the polar bear story. So now we have everything to decide who would win, but now we have to decide what winning is.
I believe in the Wolverine deleting the polar bear. I believe it. I believe it. I believe in Wolverine supremacy.
Obviously, there's no question who wins in a fight to the death, but is it still a W if you can force a forfeit first? In nature, a fight to the death is rare, because the injuries sustained would likely life deprive both sides anyway. As much as the drama of a drawn-out cinematic duel to the death would sell, getting one side to turn tail is just as valuable a win. So here, a win would mean either straight up destroying the other, or successfully intimidating them. Now let's finally set the scene for the fight. It's the middle of an unbearably long dry season, when a Wolverine and a honey badger run into each other at a fresh deer kill. Neither's eaten in days, and both may not eat for several more, and with these being two prime males, this fade might be fatal. Let's review what we got. The honey badger's arguably more durable, surviving maulings that would likely kill the Wolverine. Plus a honey badger is
Look how stretchy these dudes are. Just look how stretchy they are. Like Luffy, but a lot more angry and hairy.
Liable to fight to the absolute death. But even in a fight going the distance, the biggest question remains: how does the honey badger basically beat a bigger version of itself? The Wolverine can survive one of the worst conditions of any predator, and the same jaws that can cripple a moose and allegedly a polar bear should be enough to crush the honey badger's skull. But the honey badger takes a lot to kill, and will be squirming and giving it right back the whole time. For the Wolverine, the question is, if bigger predators struggle with it, how does the Wolverine expect to be any different? It's not easy, but the winner is the Wolverine. The honey badger's lipo
Wolverine supremacy!
looking loose skin and attitude would make this a prolonged fight, but the Wolverine's jaws are capable of inflicting enough crush damage on the badger, especially if it lands a blow to the head, which they normally go for. In a fight going the distance, the Wolverine would get beaten up, but the honey badger likely wouldn't be able to get a kill on the Wolverine. But the real winner here is the Wolverine's lack of risk aversion. Even though the honey badger is more kamikaze coded, Wolverines have been known to die trying to steal a
Kamikaze coded is great. By the way, honey badger and Wolverine don't share the same life areas, so they can't meet in real life. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
kill in front of a bear. So the chances the wolverine backs off are lower than the wolverine offing the badger or even the honey badger running first. Against a similar sized African civet, the nasty honey badger is able to pin it, but ultimately the civet's able to walk away. I can't see a honey badger submitting a much bigger wolverine, but like I said, there are no definites in nature, and in a best of 10, I'd expect a wolverine to force a submit or a retreat at least 6 times. It was close, but in a matchup like this, only one can take the W, so it's only fitting that the wolverine already has it. But that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, call your father. Let me know what other matchups you want to hear me talk about, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Get rotated, that's great. That was an awesome video. I like this. That was cool. That was really, really cool. Well, now we know. The Wolverine solos. It is what it is. I'd say mid-diff. High to mid-diff. I'd say mid-diff. But yeah, the Wolverine is supremacy. And if you want to be part of the supremacy, you better like, comment, and subscribe. That was fun. And not at all traumatic. No, not really. That was not traumatic, at least. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. After that, I want to watch the Banana Juju video. So yeah. I'll be right back. I am back. I have returned. Where did he go? I died. I was murdered by you, Joe. It is what it is. It is what it is. Huh, next up, I think. Banana Juju. I think that video I wanted to look at. Alright. To feed the basement prisoners. Yeah, definitely. I'm feeding the basement prisoners. The first, then if this is the first time actually watching another VTuber like this. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes. Rare topic that I don't really cover, but we're gonna look at this really interestingly. That's what you get for showing me gross shit. That's what we're gonna look at. All right. Rare happening here. Worst artist commission. Why AI is on the rise, but Banana Juju. Basically, what happened here is, also if you like this kind of content, please consider liking, subscribing. Basically what happened here is, boobies. Yeah, basically what happened here is that Banana Juju commissioned an artist, whatever it was. It's more like a monkey, but okay. It's a monkey. Cricket. It's a monkey. I think she's gonna explain it herself. To the topic of AI art, my view is simple. It is in fact very simple. Artists, you gotta step up your game. Something's clearly going wrong in your community. Something is going very, very wrong in your community. Simply put, there's a huge problem. A lot of artists are very entitled. A lot of artists are kinda stupid when it comes to this AI stuff. So the core issue that I see is that artists and everyone that's against AI, when somebody uses AI instead of explaining, informing the people, informing the person, they dogpile. They dogpile. Dude, did you see the fucking monkey ears? And when you dogpile, people are not going to learn. In fact, they're going to double down. There's a huge problem with price inflation. There's people asking arbitrary prices for their art, which are unreasonable. People wait years for a piece of art. It is crazy. There is a huge problem in the art community where when somebody uses AI, you dogpile instead of inform. You shit on people instead of criticizing them. A lot of people ask for arbitrary amounts of money that the average person cannot pay. And artists are entitled. And that's really important. You're starting to lose the public support. I had to sneeze almost. You're starting to lose the public support. And if you lose the public support, it will be detrimental for your community. There's also another issue that I've noticed. The vast majority of people don't care. The vast majority of people don't care. That's a huge problem. The only way to fix this, the only way to get rid of AI art in the way it is right now, is laws. But for that, you need the public, and if you don't have the public, you're gonna lose. And the vast majority don't care. They either want... They want it quick and cheap. And AI art is essentially free. So if you don't step up your game, you're essentially cooked. Got like Jagger skin on their shoulders. This could also just be yeah, sure. This could also just be like, I don't know whether. And yeah, Juju, she was in controversy because she was advocating for men once, I think. Another one was that because she's a monkey VTuber and she's white and she has dreads, she was cancelled on Twitter for racism. That wasn't happened. And now this situation, we'll just look at it. I've been yapping too much. Let's just look what she says.
When artists treat you like this, then I can completely understand why some people rather prefer just generating the image themselves rather than to go through this hassle. I wanted to like get a chibi model of my model for my birthday in August. So I started commissioning this early May already, just to have plenty of time, you know, hype up and have something special to celebrate during the birthday. So I found this artist over on VGen. They have a really cute style. I commissioned them and it was supposed to be finished already in June, which I thought, like, you know, ordering it in May, being ready in June. I was like, damn, they're working fast, right? Here's where everything started going wrong. I hate this with the artist community, seriously. I'm so frustrated because I understand that the business is hard and you're trying to get as many commissions as possible to make a living, but it's not nice to take someone's money and then you are overworked or you
There are some horrid big... The problem is with VTubing in general is that, like, we have, like, this no-go zone where you cannot criticize artists, you cannot push artists to be faster, and, like, there's people who waited 2 years for a piece of art. You have to consider this. They commission it and they wait years. There's a huge problem with these people don't knowing that they can't overwork themselves, and this is particular with younger artists, actually. Older artists, established artists, they do not have this issue. It is basically the smaller ones that struggle with this. Just been lurking for ages, but I'm gonna go. Take care, Eliza. Take care. That's pretty much the issue. It is the artist taking ages to finish shit.
Have too many commissions running at the same time. Also very confusing, not knowing in...
Like, if you can't handle that many commissions, why you're taking them? Why do you take them? This is such a bad business practice. And if I know that you never finish your stuff in time, I will not commission you. Ever. Like, if I see an art, I can't commission artist. I will not use AI art. For disclaimer, I don't like AI art. It should not be used. It is a thing now, and it's not going, so you gotta work with it in some way, or tolerate it in a way. But the issue is that if I know you don't finish it in time, why should I commission you ever?
In what order my commission is placed, right? Am I before 5 people? It's getting worse, just hang on. We agreed to push the date until July 1st. Which is like next week. So after Midsummer, I thought, like, you know what? I'm gonna contact the artist and see how far along they are on the project. Whereupon they send me pictures of another commissioner. You know, it's not private and all, but I just don't like when people share artwork from other people. I think it's something that is like trust between the artist and the customer.
It's also like it betrays this little thing with, like, you know, an outfit reveal is like huge, right? Like an outfit reveal is like special, right? And if you show that, or like a model reveal, and if you show that, that's kind of icky. That's weird. You shouldn't do that. Wait, she's getting head pats? Yeah, that's something you can redeem. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't do that on Twitch though. Skinny Nico Ocado did make a new video exposing Stephanie, so I'm not gonna request that, but that. Okay.
The artist started like, yeah, but I'm working on this chibi before I start working on yours. And I just like, yeah, but dude, you already started working on mine. And now you're telling me that you're working on someone else's? Like, what the fuck is happening? And the commission is supposed to be done in a week. Well, they started getting more and more upset, I had a feeling. because they basically told me it's not gonna be ready until July 1st because the hair has way too many layers. It's like, dude, I sent you reference pictures. You knew what my character looked like before you accepted the order, and now you tell me it's way too advanced and you need more time. And it keeps going, guys. It keeps going. They go on and say they need approximately 3 weeks longer, so that would be like end of July. And I wrote back, like, I understand the situation and I'm sorry you're dealing with personal problem. I don't know why they brought up the personal problem, because you need to separate your business with personal.
Yeah, you need to separate your business with personal issues. And if you... I hate tractors. I'm gonna absolutely destroy them. You need to separate your personal issues. And if you have personal issues, why do you take a commission of a person that you have personal issues with? Also, that's not smart for business. If you have a business, keep personal problems out of it. Be apolitical. Very simple. No matter what somebody says political-wise, because I've seen that. No matter what somebody says political-wise, just keep out of it. Don't give in to people that want to take your livelihood. All that shit. It is just odd.
Life, right? It's not my fault as a customer if you're dealing with some stuff. You need to calculate for this, or at least let me know, or cancel the order or whatever. They're trying to guilt trip me that I'm basically stressing them out. And basically, because I kept pushing and just like, yeah, listen, I want to be quite frank. I was expecting this already in July because I'm...
And she's doing the right thing. I don't know if she made out the date specifically on when she was supposed to get it. It sounds like she did. And you cannot give the deadline. And it's already... And you say, yeah, I'm not going to be done by that time. You can't push that out further if it's okay, or she's just going to look for another person she can commission. But don't take a commission, say you're going to be done by that time, and not be done by that time. Imagine if a company, you are ordering something, and they say it's going to be here by that time. And then it's like, then you get it like weeks later. Yeah, I'm not going to order from you anymore. That's not how things work. That's not how it works. Imagine you get a... What? You order pizza. And you get it on the same... When you're supposed to get it on the same day. But you get it next day. Yeah, you're gonna definitely order pizza from that place again. Sure.
Want to get it rigged and have it for my birthday stream. So maybe it's best to agree to cancel the order, right? If you can't finish it on time, since it's the second time you can't hold the delivery date. They basically say, give me a week. All of a sudden, they just need a week to finish the project, which was just like, okay, so you're going from 3 weeks down to 1 week just because I'm stressing or what. Also, it makes me feel like now they are gonna stress out on this commission. There's several red flags, right? And then basically I reply, please look after yourself and I will wait patiently till the 1st of July. They switched the fucking conversation and basically, now listen to this and I quote, I also wanted to tell you that please, once this commission is over, don't ever commission me anymore. I'm hating every moment of this commission since it exhausts me and a lot of drawing the same character so often. I hope you understand me. Thank you. And of course, I'm making the best chibi, so don't worry about the final result just because...
But now if you hate it, I'm not gonna... I would feel like, yeah... Certainly, she will not be commissioned again. That's for sure. Secondly, like it would make me feel like now you just want to get it over with, so you don't have to interact with me anymore. To be honest, Poke, it happened with a lots of jobs. A lot of tiny people not ask for details and have expectations, and the worker organize the job in their own way. Yeah, but usually if you make out a deadline, it should be done by that deadline, and if you can't finish... Like, you have to have, like, in your thoughts, you have to have, like, in your head, can I even finish this? Like, if I have, like, a whatever I'm doing, I don't know, placing like bathroom tiles somewhere, right? And I have like 8. I have to go to 8 places to do that in the next few weeks, right? And somebody's asking me, can you do that by that time? I would look at like my calendar and be like, can I do that? Do I have the time by that time to do that? And if I don't, I just say I can't do that in that time frame. Oftentimes, this is just shitty planning. And never bring personal shit in your business. Yeah, that's what I'm saying also with politics. Never bring that into your business. If you do that, you're cooked.
I'm asking you if you can deliver by the agreed date. Now you're basically telling me I shall never ever order with you again. So I replied back, reading this made me really sad and confused. As a paying customer, I don't want to listen to this. Please stop working on this commission and let's settle on an agreement for the work you have done so far. I forgot to read this. That delivery takes approximately 3 weeks, and I understand I originally mentioned June 13, but I was out of work due to my move 2 weeks ago. I tried to deliver the model as professionally, and unfortunately,
that was already not professional in many projects. Take them first, try your best. I feel like that's ass. Like, if you take the job, right, and you can't finish it by that time you said you were going to, like, first of all, that's, in my opinion, unprofessional, and second of all, like, I'm not gonna get you to do the job ever again. Like, you lose me as a customer. Like, I'm not waiting like 2-3 weeks for you to do something that was originally happened like in a week or so. I'd be like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing that.
I can't work on your model non-stop because of my condition, but I'll do my best. I'm not an AI that can generate images in seconds. I'm human and being, and that takes time to put the heart into the piece of project. First of all, I don't understand why they have to drag in AI into this. What the hell? And why are you comparing yourself to an AI-generated image when I commissioned you, I paid you, you're a human?
Because she is referring to your use of AI. Well, not use of AI. She just used pictures that somebody else made with AI. So she herself didn't directly use AI. And I think she brought that in because she knows that you did that, pretty much. Fuck this person, dude. If you're moving and add that shit in your time table, yeah, like, why you're adding something that you can't do? It's just very simple. Like, I'm not gonna put 200 kilograms on a bench press if I can't press 200 kilograms. It just doesn't make sense. Be right back, my blood is boiling. Nice.
And then they basically answered back that they don't ever want to work with me again because they are literally hating every moment of this commission. So I wrote to them at 20 to 1 last night that reading this makes me sad, and I don't want to keep this commission going. So please, let's just settle on an agreement for the work they had done so far, right? I don't know. I feel like I should compensate them for working on it at least.
Yeah, you should be compensating them. Compensate them, and then that's it. Drop the thing. At this point, like, I don't see working with them is gonna work out, and I don't think it has actually on Twitter. There's also some additional information. They were working with somebody else, right? Like another company. They were like part of a company, whatever, right? Whatever. It might be a company, I don't know, artist group, whatever. And that artist group, company, whatever, pushed this artist to take the commission of her, even though they have this person has a personal problem with her, which is like odd. In game development, example, they know it's unrealistic time for projects, but take and try their best. That's also not an issue. That's also an issue. Like, for some companies, since they're like really good, that's fine. But if you're like an indie developer, or you had a couple of flops, and you announce a game to a certain time period, and that game needs to be pushed back, That's a problem. It certainly the context matters. The context of it matters. You know? But it's just like, if you don't deliver a problem by a certain time, people are gonna grow resentment. Like, Deltarune is a big example. People, more important, people grow a resentment because that game is just never fully dropping.
Just kept going all night after I told them to stop. I just want to give you an idea how it is working with some artists, especially since the artist community feels like they are so fucking privileged and sitting there.
Yeah, they're so fucking privileged. Oh, AI is around. Well, okay, now I'm scared. It's like you can't act entitled when your replacement is right there. And that replacement will get better. And I'm gonna be, like, some of the artists, certainly I'm gonna be sad for, that they might not be able to continue. Certainly, definitely. I don't want people to lose their livelihood or job. Definitely not. They may need the money. But with artists that feel entitled, that don't deliver their projects in time, that bring personal issues in, that ask for arbitrary prices, I'm gonna be fully honest, I won't necessarily miss them or feel particularly sad for them because they did it to themselves.
On their unicorns and going like, we're losing our jobs to AI. But then they are treating paying customers like they are a piece of trash, right? So I find this is important to bring up. They reply back to me and going, sadly, I cannot stop the commission now since I already started. And I haven't been able to sleep because I want to deliver it on time. It is causing me stress. The time I've invested cannot be recovered. So I will keep working on your chibi model until it is done. And they just like, no, I can't stop. I'm gonna keep going no matter what. Even if you tell me like, no, I'm gonna fucking keep going. I'm just like, what the hell? And so they send me like a bunch of pictures where...
Yeah, because suddenly they, you know why? Because suddenly they realize you're gonna drop the commission, and then they're not gonna get the money that they need. They're not gonna get the money that you're gonna pay them fully, because they don't want to settle, because they want more. It's just that. It's just that.
I've just been working all night. Like literally every hour I get a picture of how much progress they made on the character. It's like, stop! I am done. I don't want to keep working with you. I've had enough of your childish tantrums, so please stop. For the love of God, just fucking stop. Then I get an answer back while having morning coffee, going like, hello, I understand that the people can change their minds, but I've already spent a considerable amount of time and effort on this commission, so I like to deliver the...
Bro, just drop the commission. Just drop it. Just drop it. Why are you stressing out? Just settle for whatever the part you made, and that's it. This is childish. There's no... They're doing it to themselves, and then they complain that people use AI. You're doing it to yourselves.
Final product for you to pay. The thing is, I don't even want to use this chibi now after having these conversations. It's a chibi model that I would never use on stream because chances are that one of my viewers goes like, oh, this is so cute and adorable. But imagine someone comes in chat and says, hey, we love your chibi model because honestly it is fucking adorable, right? But then I would have to tell them, yo, this artist drew it, and then they get the idea, oh, maybe I should commission them too. Should I then say like, don't go there because it's been absolutely awful? See, I understand why more and more people tend to go for AI. This is sad. It's just like sad, but it's an eye-opener. When artists treat you like this,
I don't have to deal with any people. I get it essentially for free, and like it's done in time. It's like, you better step up your game or you're cooked at this point. Like I said, I'm not a fan of AI. It should not be used for that. It should not be used for human creativity. Not in art, music, voice acting. But same with like the SAG-AFTRA thing. It's kinda on you. It's kinda on you whether it gets used more or not. You are in control of this.
Then I can completely understand why some people rather prefer just generating the image themselves rather than to go through this hassle. And it doesn't cost you like hundreds and hundreds of dollars, right? And they basically telling you like, I'm the worst customer ever and I'm stressing them out. I'm like basically whipping them into working around the clock. I love and have a huge respect for the artist community and I've always supported them. But being treated like this is a fucking eye-opener, man. Anyways, they go like, they wanna deliver the final project, although I told them to stop. I want to keep this thing professional and fulfill what is agreed upon. It is not my intention to be disrespectful. I'm simply stating that for personal and professional reasons, I would prefer not to work together again in the future. I hope you can understand. And I absolutely fucking agree. I don't ever want to work with this artist ever again. Professional, I hate every minute of it. And
I'd be like, I'm gonna be honest. I would use the model and spite the artist. I'd be way too petty for this shit. I'm just a way too petty of a man. Judah is much better than I am. I'm just way too petty. I would be like, yeah, by the way, this is the artist is this, but they have a terrible customer service. I would be like, bro, nah. I don't have any chill for this kind of bullshit. I'll be real. I'd be calling them names and like block them and not take anything. I'd be like, yeah, fuck off. Holy shit, maybe say this artist did it. Let you know he takes a lot of time for that. Yeah, pretty much. That works. That works as well, yeah.
quote, yeah, this is awful, man. So I reply back, you are acting very unprofessional. I am tired of your insults. I refuse to keep working with you. I don't want to keep working on this commission, full stop. I mentioned previously that we should settle on an agreement for the work that already been done, but I refuse to keep working with you. Just understand, as much as you hate working on this, you made me understand more and more that this was a mistake, and I don't want to keep this project running anymore. You can't force me to keep this commission running when I told you to stop. I am truly sorry, she says, that you're feeling this way. Yeah, she is sorry that I'm feeling this way. Please understand, at no point did I intend to disrespect you. What? In fact, I've always treated you with professionalism and courtesy.
Didn't you literally say you didn't want to work with her anymore? Because she's stressing you out? Because you didn't keep a deadline? Oh fuck, ginormous retard. This reeks of pettiness. This reeks of snake behavior. Nah. Whoever this artist is, and I know who this artist is, yeah, ain't no way anybody should commission them, ever.
If anything, I feel that the one being pressured and spoken to harshly during this process is her. And regardless, I remain respectful throughout, even under stress. And since you made it clear that you will like to cancel the commission, I will respect your decision and stop all work on the project immediately. Well, thank fucking goodness they at least got the memo that they're supposed to stop. So now I'm the asshole. And that's the experience of working together with certain artists, especially since everyone is bashing in with the AI. Like, so you're supporting AI, you're not supporting real life artists. And yes, I do support real life artists, but this is how they treat me. And this is just one example. I have many, many, many more.
That's pretty much the end of the video. Yep, that is the end of the video. My view is incredibly simple. Artists need to up their game, better customer service, keep your word. If something's commissioned and you say, yeah, I'm going to be done by this and that, of course there can issues can arise. Of course that can happen. I'm not saying that can. You know, So, nobody's gonna be like, yeah, you have to have that done until that, even your parents die. Like, nobody's saying that. Like, sometimes you can push back things if you're not done, right? But please, if you do not change your ways, if you do not deliver things on time, if you ask arbitrary prices for things that aren't that shouldn't be that expensive, if you bring personal business into a commission, then I'm gonna be sorry, but then I have no sympathy for you if people use AI. I'm gonna be honest, and in fact, you shouldn't even put it on the people, because let's face it, if it's fast, it doesn't cost anything. They're gonna do it. The average person does not give a rat's ass. We can literally see it at TikTok. We can see it with AI generated videos. People do not care. They just consume and move on and consume again. And you should, if you want it to be fixed, you should probably look for the help of the government. I'm gonna be honest. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a special one. That was a special one. A rare one's in a rare occasion of a reaction. Well, we do have Johnny. Should I jump into reacting to Johnny? Let me drink. Actually, no. I need to still catch up on the Hassan saga. So yeah. Actually.
Hey, what's
Ref. And now he moves, actually! Yay! Well, interesting. We're gonna jump into this one. Audio seems fine. Yes, it is. Perfect. Hassan, this is embarrassing. By Ref says Desu. Well, what did Hassan do now? We all know that 3 morons got sued. Let's see how many more. What the hell else has happened? What Hassan's response was. We'll just look at it. Let me have a look at that.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're up here. So it appears that Hassan Piker has entered the Thunderdome and given his thoughts.
The Thunderdome, 2 go in, one comes out, that kind of thing. Yeah, very interesting. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you.
On the Ethan Klein lawsuits, and once again, he delivers because his commentary is filled with meme-worthy, instantly debunkable claims that prove he didn't engage with this video whatsoever before forming his very strong opinions about it. Now, before we get into what he said,
I never get this, right? I never get this. Why do people make response videos and they don't have watched, listened to, or read the response? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why? So you actually don't have to show that you're wrong? I don't get it. I don't understand.
About Ethan Klein's video, and it's very hilarious. Let's just give some context in case you don't know, and I'll do it in a very quick fashion. So recently, Ethan Klein comes out with this video announcing that he's suing 3 content creators for copyright infringement. Basically, he shared that his recent Hassan Piker content nuke was also designed in a way that would be a trap for some content creators.
Perfect Trojan horse. H3 Hassan content nuke, Ethan, Casey Frogan, Denims, be like, yes, let me take that. Give me this.
He could sue them for copyright infringement because some of these creators, as you can see listed here, would keep the video playing while they left the room, barely reacted, and on top of that, all 3 of these people he's suing made their intent very clear with their streams, that they wanted to act as a market replacement for Ethan Klein's content nuke and wanted people to watch their streams in order to watch his video. A very clear example of copyright infringement to many different people. And as you can see, the 3 people hit with these lawsuits include some infamous Hassan orbiters like Denims, Frogan.
We got the Queen of Self, Owen, Hijab of the Hutt, and I smoke weed instead of I show speed. I don't know. Failed gamer girl. Very simple. Also, Pippa's following her. Damn. Pip, up your following game. Nah, I don't do that whole following means endorsement shtick. Boobies are gone, sad. Did you have a girlfriend? Look at her boobs.
And Casey Tron. Now, since then, as you can see from this meme posted on the H3H3 Productions subreddit, a lot of people are looking at Hassan Piker, a guy who probably makes 8 figures a year. He's sitting there watching all of this from the sidelines as his biggest orbiters, his strongest soldiers, are going
8 figures, but tax the rich. Homie, you are the rich.
Through it. They're all begging for money with their GoFundMes, and he hasn't contributed as of yet, other than just spreading the message. And boy, they need a lot more than spreading of the message from him right now, because they're struggling. So another day watching the GoFundMe race here. It's very exciting. People are tracking this every single day. Right now, Denims is in the lead with $28,000.
New sub, my girl Perfection. Wait, did a sub pop up? I didn't even see that. Oh shit. My bad. Whoever you are, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I updated OBS and then fucked up a few things. Because it doesn't show up. I think I need to fix a few things. Chat seemed to be normal though. But I guess, yeah. Crazy.
Raised. That's 28% of their $100,000 goal. She is in the league currently. In second place, we have Frogan, who raised a similar amount at $26,000, but unfortunately for this two-time rising Twitch star, she's only at 13% because apparently she's twice as important as the other people facing these lawsuits, because her goal is $200,000. A big slip up for her. And then in last place, Casey Tron. I don't think this surprises anyone.
8,840. Well, we've seen this before, but still crazy that it's not, like, didn't get much. She didn't get much. That still surprises me. We've seen that before, but it still surprises me to a definitely big degree. But then again, like I said, she is the only one where I believe she doesn't even have a purpose here. Like, she's the most useless one out of the three. Like the other one, at least they're trying to say something. It's not smart, but at least they're trying. Casey just smokes and reacts and be like, yeah. Buy me more weed.
She's at $8,800 raised, about 9% of her goal at $100,000. I'm honestly shocked. There's sentient human beings out there that gave not just Casey Tron, but any of these people money for this lawsuit, because ultimately, whether...
I mean, some people were trolling. There was a message for someone where they were saying, like, $5 for Ethan Klein. Crazy, huh?
They fail to produce money for this lawsuit and it affects their ability to defend their case, or they fund it and then Ethan Klein can use that money in his settlement. It's a lose-lose situation. But anyways, Hassan has done a lot to help out his favorite orbiters by calling Ethan Klein old. Yes, because he can't debunk any of his claims. He can't refute what's going on here in Ethan's assertions. So instead, he does the classic Hassan Piker method, and that is to insult people. And also, this one is really interesting. Calling someone who is 6 years older than you old. Both Hassan and Ethan are in their 30s. This is a very strange, how do you do, fellow
washed up old YouTubers. Yeah, how do you do, fellow kids? Moment. Like, wow. You're 6 years older. Damn, bro. Unk. Like, dude. You likely grew up even with the same media. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Aren't these guys like big streamers? They are. They are. But apparently their viewers aren't particularly interested in giving them money. So I'm actually questioning, could it be that a lot of those are actually just bots?
Kids type moment here. But there's, of course, the biggest contribution. And that is this video up.
That is a like dislike ratio. For real. That is one. That is one. That actually is a like-dislike ratio. Tasty, even. 16k versus 17k. Ha! Cooked!
Uploaded onto his Hasanabi YouTube channel titled, Ethan, this is embarrassing. Now, of course, Hassan, this is embarrassing. Look at the reaction to this video. 16,000 likes versus 17,000 dislikes. Understand, on Ethan's video announcing the lawsuits, he has roughly a 95% like to dislike ratio. Understanding, of course, he has a legion of haters, and also it's a very controversial video. Yet he has a 95% like dislike ratio, and Hassan can't even get a 50% like to dislike ratio. That's how bad things are at this point, and one of the main reasons people are
Also, the reaction is just 9 minutes. Barely 10 minutes. Bro, it's just like, I hope he cut it down to the main points, which he probably did it. Don't they have money? Why do GoFundMe shit? Big streamers don't, they get ads. Twitch has that right, still no money. Damn. I think like all of those average like 1,000. Which technically isn't all that much. It's enough to pay your bills, probably. Wait, actually, it might not be because Twitch revenue is pretty low nowadays, and they take 50. Remember, unlike YouTube or Kick, Twitch takes 50% of what you make through ads. Remember that they take 50%. If you make $300, they're gonna take 150. They're also going to take 50% of the sub. YouTube has a 70-30 percentage, and Kick has a 95-5 split. So yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't have any money.
On this video is because clearly he didn't watch. Not only is he biased in his defense of the Three Stooges involved with these lawsuits, but also he clearly didn't engage with this video before talking about it and having such strong opinions. Let's start here.
Apparently there's a second content nuke that is, I guess, the hit the timelines. And I make...
First of all, it's not a content nuke. It's not, there's no in-depth look. He literally just sued people. Why people still use Twitch, geez, because it's the most popular, still the most popular streaming website. And also, like, all the big streamers are there, and, like, for example, as a VTuber, like, if you don't use Twitch, you basically can't collab with anyone, because everyone uses Twitch. It's just, like, yeah, that's the culture around it. It's also, like, in general, everyone just uses Twitch for streaming. And the chat is better. It's mostly just the chat experience. If YouTube would fix that, they would all go to YouTube. And people have certainly been pushing for multi-streaming, even though Twitch wants to get rid of multi-streaming as well. They've been working on that somehow.
Some interesting... I'm in the content nuke, apparently. But it's not a content nuke alone. It's also a lawsuit. It turns out Ethan's initial content nuke, by his own estimation, by his own statements, was actually a trick. Was a trap. He wanted to basically sue everyone that watches the content nuke, and he's Mr. Copyright Infringement is trying to litigate the...
That is a false claim here. It's not to sue everyone, it's just to sue people who were maliciously reacting to the video. Like, he's not gonna sue me, he's not gonna sue Asmongold, he's not gonna sue everyone who uses the clips of that and reacts to it. Like, nobody's, like, it's just the people that did it with malicious intent. Sorry, homie.
The resentment that people feel towards him, once again, which I think is very weird.
Leave it to the guy who infamously created the armchair reaction meme.
Life Hassan reaction. Accurate. Again, I still don't understand why you stand up during a reaction and not pause the video. Like, pause the damn video. Put a be right back screen on, some background music, and then return. Holy shit. Or do you just don't want to do any editing?
To sit here and talk about Mr. Copyright Infringement and act like Ethan Klein is someone who is completely switched up and is now trying to attack people over copyright, and he's this evil guy trying to strike down anyone who criticizes him in his YouTube videos. But of course, he doesn't understand what's happening, and there's an assertion that Ethan Klein is inconsistent on his opinion about fair use, which is instantly debunkable thanks to this clip shared by Ethan himself on Instagram. There's this idea because Ethan was involved with a fair use court case a couple years ago where he won. There was a big debate about what is actually fair use. Like, what point does it become transformative but his comments from years ago reflecting on the court's decision reflects exactly what he's doing now. Let's listen to this really quick.
Intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session without commentary. Accordingly, the court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use, which I think is a great distinction because us who do it well and who respect fair use, we hate these shitty Jinx styles reaction videos.
And I think everyone on YouTube also can tell the difference. There's the classic old school dumb reaction videos where they just sit there and watch it and don't say anything. They just laugh with the video or whatever.
Yeah, they just let the video run. They don't say anything. They smoke. They stand up. They don't do any commentary whatsoever. Do like a 2-hour video. Nope. Yeah, almost every VTuber I saw is multi-streaming. Also, what is SummerSlam? Every VTuber is showing it in their stream. As far as I'm aware, I've not been around for long, but it's like a yearly thing where like you do a streamathon and like you collab and you collect money for good purposes. At least some are doing that, but I'm not too deep into that. I don't know everything. I've been part of this. I've been watching VTubers for a while, but I don't super engage with the community in general. I just watch my VTubers and that's it. Okay, want to be honest, court hate cases related to social media shit. Yeah, I could imagine that because it's very fishy and like laws and shit. Yeah, I could see that.
And then there is the other kind where people put in commentary, editing.
And so this is a precedent, a win on both sides. This is super powerful.
Yeah, so this directly aligns with what he's doing right now. He talks about channels like Jinx and all those other people who back in the day were infamous abusers of the copyright system in a way that we typically don't expect. It's people just sitting there and watching videos and not providing any commentary whatsoever, leaving the room, not providing much commentary whatsoever. Does that sound familiar? Well, it's all three of the people facing the current lawsuit. They did not have a reaction whatsoever.
In combination with the malicious intent of not sharing the original, that is always needs to be said. It was in combination with being malicious.
For large portions of the video, including leaving the room. I mean, what are we talking about here? This lines up perfectly with what was said right here years ago. And on top of that, we have this other element about the malicious intent, which of course Hassan has no idea about whatsoever because he doesn't know what's going on, including more proof of that right here with this clip.
And he is he's launched a lawsuit against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. Now, a lot of people watched his content nuke. I don't know why he only sued those people. I mean, I watched his content nuke as well, but here's the, I don't know, this is so stupid. I don't know what to say about it, but here's the Dick Sardanox thing I saw from it.
Why not sue me? You didn't watch the video.
They didn't watch the video. I think you had reacted to like half of it. I think it was like half of it for 9 hours. Not really worth it. Fishy, and for Christ's sake, many time we have to watch multiple videos just to find a small segment which the case is based on. I think courts should put it into the responsibility of finding the segment, providing the segment themselves. Like the people that are suing. Just my opinion. And then you can just prove, check, like with the timestamps and all of it.
Video, because if you did watch the video like a few minutes in, Ethan explicitly states regarding Hassan Piker, he's not going to file a lawsuit to him over this situation because he actually reacted. He actually reacted better than these people, and most importantly, Ethan invited him to react. Obviously, he's not going to make a copyright infringement lawsuit against someone who he invited to watch the product of that lawsuit. It would make absolutely no sense, and that's something that he shared right here. And funny enough, it seems like from watching Hassan's video,
yeah, it was fair use in this case. If Hassan genuinely reacted to it, then it was, yeah. Then I don't see any issue. Very simple.
Video. The only contact he had with Ethan's video was this clip uploaded by this account on Twitter, which we talked about the other day, where it has the most ridiculous headline, incredibly dishonest, saying he's only suing these people because they're small female streamers, and that this is him suing people over copyright and trying to violate fair use and stuff like that. It's completely ridiculous and transparent. Now, this next part might be my favorite. Totally delusional. This really shows how out of touch these people are.
I don't even know if this will work in his favor, but I don't even know if this was like a masterful gambit from the start. Like, I don't even know if this was like a setup, because it doesn't make sense. Because on the one hand, why would you admit that you were doing entrapment? Like, you wanted people to go react to your video. You said you wanted people to go react to your video. You said anyone and everyone can even, make money off of your videos in the past when we had a podcast together, only to then turn around and be like, actually, I got you. You reacted to my video, and therefore you're done. He claims you're watching it was fair use, unlike those he's suing. I thought about not responding to this, but it's so silly that he was like, he's open.
Is it really silly? Is it really silly? Like, he can't sue you because you did the right thing, my dear. Like, what's the problem here? What do you not get? It's your head is already small, but I think your brain might actually be a little smaller. Got 50 plus videos, 25 plus minutes each video for a small segment. Again, why does the one person that sues not provide the clip, the segment? I see issues here.
Openly admitting that he was baiting me into a lawsuit, and then it didn't work. Sonny absolutely did not make the nuke with this in mind. He's just acting now. He thinks he's in a way that a villain would act. Yeah, it's kind of sad either way. It's sad to try, and it's sad in so many different ways. The reason why it's sad in so many different ways is because, like, then, okay, the content nuke was actually bullshit. Like, you don't actually think I'm a terrorist. You just slandered your Muslim former podcast co-host a terrorist for what? This trap?
Entrapment. Yes, he's saying that Ethan Klein entrapped these three individuals with his video and his ulterior motive regarding that video. Excellent. And this is reflected in this retweet he made, where this other account is essentially saying the same thing about this being a trap and that they're not a legal expert, but it seems like this is something that'll result in a automatic loss, right? Yeah, wrong. These people are completely out of it. They have no idea how entrapment works. Again, quick Google search will tell you that you have to be law enforcement or an agent of the government, under the instruction of the government, to be considered someone.
Yeah, then it's not that. Wow. Like I said, somebody else said, basically, simply put, if the police does a setup to catch people, can they just not do that? They can. So I don't see the issue. Because we cannot trust it. Because we can't bloody trust it. The suing party may give shit out of context. But if it's just a small segment, couldn't you provide the video with the timestamp? Like, provide the thing is this, right? You could provide the video with the timestamp. I don't see how they could do much to change that if you can't provide the video with the timestamp. That's exactly what he did. And the idiot took the bait. Yeah, these idiots took the bait.
Who could be entrapping someone legally. And that's already a very hard standard to prove. And Hassan, by saying Ethan is entrapping these content creators, is basically saying that Ethan is either the government or an agent of the government trying to entrap people into committing a crime that they were not predisposed to in the first place. Everything about that is mind-bogglingly insane. And this guy, he says it with his chest multiple times. Yeah, Ethan Klein, the government agent trying to entrap these poor, innocent...
President Klein. Nah, it's the rule poker. Have to follow the rules. Why not change the rules to make the process easier? What a shit rule is that? It just takes unnecessary time. At least you can watch the video in 2 times speed.
small content creators. Like, give me a break. And he talks about like trying to bait Hassan. Like, dude, he wasn't trying to bait you into a lawsuit. He was trying to get you to react to a giant video with millions of views exposing you. That's all there was to it. He didn't even get through the whole video. He spent 9 hours reacting to half of the video, by the way.
So 30 minutes for 9 hours for 30 minutes. What was bro yapping? How can bro could be the ultimate slop tuber if he I mean, he is a slop tuber, but he could be the ultimate slop tuber if he just reacts to like a 30-minute video for like 5 hours straight. Like actually reacting yaps. Bro could be him.
Insane. On top of that, you heard that little conversation, little comment about being Muslim, because apparently he hasn't played the race card enough, and he's just a professional.
I do not give a rat's ass that you're Muslim. That nobody cares about that. Nobody has cared about that. Nobody does, homie. That does not protect you. That card. That card does not work. 9 hours for 30 minutes? Yes, 9 hours for 30 minutes. He sat there 9 hours for 30 minutes of reaction. Maybe 5 of them were the chair. Dude has a future working in court. Probably. He can sit through the videos for you, probably. But yeah, the Muslim card doesn't work anymore. Sorry, I don't consider you a protected class. There's more Muslims on Earth than there's Christians. Does that mean Christians are not marginalized? No. Get the fuck out of here.
Professional victim at this point, trying to deflect blame on Ethan Klein for targeting his race or whatever he's trying to get at here. Really pathetic. But this part's even funnier because someone in the chat dared to have a different opinion, some wrong think. We have a free thinker, ladies and gentlemen. Look out!
I agree with the bottom line of this video. When someone reacts to a video without any reaction, shouldn't happen. Maybe I'm insane. No, but that's the reason why he's trying to use this as a form of attack, so that people like you who have this opinion, he knows that he can't litigate this issue on the basis of his support for Israel, okay? So now he's trying to litigate this issue on the basis of react content, which is more in line with the normal kind of drama that he engages with, and that a lot of onlookers, such as yourself, will go, well, I kind of agree with that. He made this YouTube video. He has every right to sue people for copyright. That's it. The only intelligent part.
Yeah, but he does. You didn't get the joke? Sad. I'm retarded. Did you forget that? Sorry, but he does actually. And yes, people agree with that opinion because it's true. Like, it's true. It just is. Sorry.
Part about this is redirecting his animosity to a better playing field.
Yeah, absolutely devastating. People like you is what he described. You mean free thinkers? People are not going to just run with the narrative of whatever.
I mean, people that use their head. Wow. Terrible. People that use their head are, in fact, not what Hassan wants. He just wants this blob, this mass of, like, collectivism. Like, remember the rich communist that wants to eat the rich, but it makes like 8 figures a year? He just wants this mass of like, collective minds agreeing with him. Sorry, but people are slowly realizing your shit. What the fuck are these people bring shit like Israel and shit, dude? You work in the entertainment industry? That's because the suing is about copyright, and he links it to Israel, which makes no sense. Because whether that lawsuit has nothing to do with that country. Again, he's just trying, like, it's deflection tactic.
Whatever you're saying, and just accept it as facts. Yeah, this guy is making some very common sense observations about what's going on here. You just don't like what he's saying, and also you don't even know how to really even counter it because you didn't watch the video. And also his comments about this being about Israel. Leave it to this guy to make everything about a serious conflict. Everything that
Because that country lives rent-free in his head. Rent-free. This conflict lives rent-free in his head. The country, Jews, they just live rent-free in his head. At this point, he has to pay them because they are his content. Just for sympathy. Yep. Just for sympathy. Because, you know, with the people, you know, it's just like he just wants to cater to his audience, and he can do that even more when he says, oh, he's just suing them to defend Israel. Well, not really. That was not mentioned in his video as well.
What happens has something to do with Israel or Palestine or Iran every single time. And also he says the only intelligent part is the redirection. Dude, it's such copium, it's actually insane. But of course, the next clip we're going to see is where he's talking about the...
Homie is a millionaire, right? Why does he not pay for Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron? I guess letting them orbit around you is good enough. Let him orbit around them is good enough, but actually standing up for his so-called friends? Oh, now money's involved. That's kind of maybe not. Is it just me, Poco, or Hassan has a punchable face right in the eye? Pow! Like he's like he has a punchable face. I'd say you be careful. Like you actually be careful to actually hit that head because he's so small. Like remember, his body's a bigger target because it's much bigger than his head.
3 small content creators who are swept up in this redirection.
But the reason why I wanted to talk about this is specifically so that you guys go and show support to Denims, Rogan, and Caseytron, because obviously he has a ton of money and he's going to use the ton of money that he has to bully other content creators who don't have a ton of money and try to win some kind of public opinion battle. That is partially the reason why he went after Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron. These are people who get insane lines of attack, and most people don't choose to defend them. I don't think he actually wanted the smoke, which is precisely the reason why he didn't like try to do this for me or any other content creators who react.
Because he can do it for you. Like I said, you have not have established here. You have not watched the video, and because you have not watched the video, you can't really say anything. He can't sue you because you actually reacted to the video. Hello? Is anybody up there? Probably not. Okay, right in his balls then. They are also pretty small.
To his context puke, which by the way was his wishes. That was his desire. His desire from the start was for everyone and anyone.
I actually love this part because it shows how out of touch he is and how much they're really focused in on this echo chamber of existence that all these related parties have. Wow, I can't believe that no one is defending Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron. I can't believe that people criticize them. That's insane. Well, I guess that's what happens when, number one, you align with people like Hassan Piker. That's already damaging the possibility of people defending them right from the get-go. But also, they're the kind of people, say, veteran or military people, they deserve PTSD, or that they deny October 7th rapes, or, you know, they have other...
They want the US deserved 9/11. You can do whatever you want if every child that's like pre-4 years old, because they won't remember it. We're gonna send human skulls to a man with a family. There's probably more. There's probably much more. Incomplete info is more dangerous than false information. It's not just incomplete, it's also, it's deliberately incomplete, because it wouldn't be incomplete if he actually watched the video, which he did not.
Things like making race-based tier lists, or saying, or trying to justify...
Oh yeah, the race tier list and Jews being, like, far down. That was a crazy one. That was a crazy one, the race tier list.
Fake CPS calls on Ethan's family because his children 3 and 5 haven't formed memories yet, so it doesn't really matter. And I could go on and on and on. That's why people don't want to defend them. That's why they're so hesitant to defend them. because they're just not likable. And I love this idea that he's like this champion of women, which, given a lot of his past comments, is already laughable. But this clip has recently resurfaced where women in Iran are being arrested for...
Yeah, here's a little fun fact. He is kind of, according to women who have worked with him, by the way, that's what I've heard, Hassan is kind of weird with women. Like, he's like chauvinistic and shit. Like, he's very macho. For somebody who's like very left and LGBTQ, that's kind of odd, don't you think? Here's a little fun fact that you didn't know.
Or dancing. And Hassan says, pics or it didn't happen, bro.
Iranian women can't post TikTok dances? What? That's a joke, right? You're saying that as a joke, right? Because, one, I don't think that's a metric for women's liberty. And two,
very much it is. Very much it is. If a woman can't dance on TikTok, I think that's a bit weird. If a woman can't dance, that's a bit weird. Fun fact. You cannot be a gay man in Iran, which, Hassan says is very pro-LGBTQ because, fun fact, if you out yourself as a gay man in Iran, they will forcefully let you get gender reassignment surgery. Like, if you're a gay man, they will cut off your balls, give you an axe wound. Like, you will be transformed into a twink. You will be feminized. Very interesting. But hey, that's pro LGBTQ, right?
they abso-fucking-lutely can. What are you talking about?
So yeah, I wanted you to listen to his very beautiful laugh at the end there. But basically he's saying that being able to dance or not legally, being able to dance without being arrested is not a measure of your rights as a woman. I think it is. Very much so. I know, call me the really crazy person here, the very non-progressive, but I think women should be able to dance in public without being arrested. I know. I think that is a measure of your liberty.
That very much is, because dancing is so noble and natural. Like, what the fuck? Imagine you dance and the police pulls up on you like, you get 25 years in jail because you were dancing. You lose your legs because you were dancing. Chop, chop. Bring the axe. We gotta remove those feet. Maybe not to that degree, but that's crazy. Imagine getting arrested for dancing. That's crazy.
As a woman. What do I know? Hassan speaks for all women. But of course, he claims that this is absolutely not effing happening. Well, again, another instantly debunkable thing if you just look at Google for 5 seconds, and there's dozens of articles.
The simple act of dancing on streets is construed as defiance against the Islamic Republic. So are many other things in Iran, since the regime tends to label anything it seems critical or improper as a security threat. The 5 teenagers that are not only victims of the Islamic Republic's opposition to dancing and singing, Islamic laws in Iran forbid dancing, although many people dance during family gatherings in their homes. Even using the word dance is forbidden in all media platforms and publications, all sorts in Iran. A state TV host was banned in, I can see that, 2020 something, after a guest on a program mentioned the word dancing. Several Iranian university professors were sacked late in 2022 over participating in the graduation ceremony of their students because some people dance in the celebrations. And most recently, a court sentenced 2 bloggers to 10.5 years in prison for dancing on the streets? They were charged with encouraging corruption and public... what? Prostitution? What the fuck is going on in Iran? Yeah, clearly a country. Another Islamic State L. Book it out of context. What's up with Twitter? This Cryart guy. He is very special. Very special. Lollies live rent-free in his head. They live rent-free in his head. So rent-free that he keeps harassing one of my viewers who is dating him. Rent-free. Also, he is racist toward Asians. That's very interesting. But then he criticizes others for being racist towards black people. Very interesting. Failed music producer. Also interesting. And yeah, he's just like mentally ill. Mentally unstable.
Talking about women who have been arrested for dancing in Iran very recently as well. And there are serious sentences, like decades, for doing this. Islamic laws in Iran forbid it entirely, even in the home, which is something they overlook, I guess. But this is an outrageous claim, just like instantly debunkable. These are why it's so crazy to see tens of thousands of people listen to this guy and just be like, yup, that's the truth. When it's, again, a 5-second Google search proves the opposite. But let's listen to one more clip from this video.
It's so funny in this video. He says XQC and Asmon he wants to be cool with, and yet XQC had him have that whole debate where he did the worm. Yeah, I mean, Ethan Klein is very similar to Donald Trump in many ways. Donald Trump will let bygones be bygones as long as you offer fealty, or as long as he can use you. Ethan sees Asmongold and XQC as allies. Ethan sees a bunch of neo-Nazis as reliable allies because they all.
Yeah, the classic, oh, this is a neo-Nazi. Can you provide proof of that? Like, you must provide proof, please, that they follow national socialism. Can you prove that? Because as far as I'm aware, XQC is not particularly political. He seems kind of retarded at times, in fact. Even he has takes against Hassan sometimes, which is very interesting. That actually makes sense. And, Asmon is a Bernie bro, as far as I'm aware. So, once again, we're using a word. We're bastardizing one of the darkest chapters in history for a gotcha. One day, an actual Nazi will pull up, get into politics, win, and then we'll be like, oh, how could this happen? People like that made it happen, because when everyone's a Nazi, nobody is.
all despise me, and that's precisely the reason why he's perfectly fine with aligning with them and working with them, because he operates on the enemy of my enemy is my friend attitude. That's it. Pathetic, immoral, desperate man, a 40-year-old still doing like this.
Now, here we go again. Nothing can happen in life for Hassan without thinking about Asmongold. Yes, he is unironically claiming, number one,
because he's still jelly. Because Asmongold removed him as the #1 political streamer. He's still very jelly. And he'll stay jelly, because that will not change.
That Ethan is a lot like Donald Trump, really exercising his Trump derangement syndrome here. But on top of that, he's saying Asmon and XQC are neo-Nazis. What an outrageous thing to say. Does he really believe this in his heart of hearts? Well, I know a lot of his fans do, but it shows the desperation here, trying to slander and name call and do things like that when you can't actually counter anything going on with Ethan's video. And that's obvious because he didn't watch. There's no way he can debunk anything. He's literally shadowboxing points that are either irrelevant, never happened, or are misconstruing what Ethan actually said. And that's what happens again when you don't watch the content you're forming such strong opinions about. But it doesn't matter to his audience, so why would he, right? It looks dumb to people on the outside, but to his audience, they're just going to nod their head and agree with everything he says anyways. And if they do disagree or have a different opinion, he's going to show their chat in front of tens of thousands of people and publicly shame them like a misbehaving child in school.
Pretty much. That's very accurate. A misbehaving child in school. Why do you talk like a teenage girl? He's still jelly because he is. I just do that to belittle the dude because he is super jealous of Asmongold. It's just so funny to look at. It just is. I don't know what to tell you.
It's ridiculous. But anyways, that was the video that he uploaded, and that's my reaction to it, and that's going to do it for this video. So as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Yeah, that was my reaction to this reaction to Hassan's 9-minute video that was not a response because he never reacted to the video where he sued Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims because he can't push his narrative if he actually knows that he's wrong and like he can be debunked, which he actually has been. Yeah, Hassan is a special case. I wonder where this is going. Maybe we'll see a day where Hassan actually gets sued. That'd be interesting. He actually loses. That'd be interesting. Now he makes like 8 figures a year, so that wouldn't hurt him that much. But yeah, maybe he can help out Frogan, Caseytron, and Denims with money because it seems like they desperately need that. And also he can just pay Ethan with that. Might as well, you know. It is what it is. Like, comment, and subscribe. Dose, do I have a video? Do I have... You must provide me with a video. You must provide me with one. Gunnar, provide me with a video. If you can't, I cannot help you. I will not help you. Provide me with a video. Hi, CoolKid24. Ever seen Mindless, Timeless, and X Minecraft movie? I've never done that, no. Let me check that, but I'm not really... I need to check real quick, though, before I make a mistake, because I have to look at that. If it uses the actual... Yeah, I can't do that. Nope. If it uses the actual stuff from the movie, yeah, no, I can't do that. Because, I would get DMCA'd, pretty much. I'm not gonna do that. That'd be not a smart move. Something wholesome, please. I've suffered enough. Can you, dear, provide the video? I need it. I need it. I do needed something wholesome. Let's see if Deer has provided anything. Not yet. Well, then, do I have something wholesome? I don't even have anything wholesome. There is no wholesome. Ah, well, there is Kirby. I have Kirby. I do have Kirby. Technically. The Kirby animation. I do have that. I guess we could use that. I guess. That would be wholesome. Dose. But where? I need it, man. I need the video, though, you tard. Still traumatized of the black pill shit, for real. Is Aldi discount supermarket in Germany good? Yeah, it's solid. If you don't provide me a video, I will watch something else. Which I will do now. And if you have provided me the video, it's just a 10-minute video. It's not that long. Alright. Then we'll watch this, I guess. Yeah, we'll watch this. I'm sweating like a pig, chat. Then I'll do your doze off of this, because if you can't provide one fast enough, I'm good, homie. I'm in fact good. You take too long. Something about Kirby and the Forgotten Land by Terminal Montage. Here I have committed, in fact, a crime. I have never played Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and I've not played a Kirby, game. Wait, send. Let me look what that is. Fine, let's do the Meat Canyon real quick, and then as the last one, we do the Kirby one, so, we don't have to suffer anymore. And we can end on the cute one. What's the temp there? Currently, a stable 33 degrees Celsius. In a house that heats up quite quickly. 17 minutes of Meat Canyon! 17 minutes of Meat Canyon. You don't have air conditioning there? No, we are European. Air conditioning is for weaklings, and there's gonna be 40 degrees soon. So yeah, air conditioning is for the mouth, and shove the stuff in Kirby's mouth. That's crazy. I cannot do 18 minutes of Meat Canyon. Maybe after the Kirby video, but I can't do that. After the Kirby video, I need something normal for once. I need something normal for once. I'll do that after. But yeah, no, not right now. Anyways, something about Kirby and the Forgotten Land by Terminal Montage. I've not played Kirby and the Forgotten Land. The last time I played a Kirby game is actually quite a while. So yeah, sue me. But I've certainly watched a lot of Kirby Let's Plays though. So yeah, let's get into it. Also, Kirby is him. Kirby is him. Kirby survived whatever happened in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. He just sucks it in and then it just rolls. He just sucks it in. Wait, what's Kirby's gender? I don't know. I'll call it a boy. To me, it's a boy. Kirby is him. I don't care. Wait. I didn't see the title. That was interesting. Kirby and the Forgotten forgot? He forgot something at home. Interesting. Well, I think, you probably, need ice off that, rotation up the butt. I'm just saying, you sound a little too interested in Condom Kirby. No, I was just questioning. That's all. I was just thinking. Damn, Kirby can shoot! Oh no, don't give this little shit a gun. Wait, if he absorbs a bazooka, like, does he turn, like, can he just spit, like, literal rockets? What if he absorbs an atomic bomb? Oh no. I have questions that need to be, answered. You fake wig wearing redhead hag. Yeah, it says the dude whose street food can annihilate entire populations and civilizations. Yeah, sure, Joe. Send Kirby to schools? Oh nah, American schools. Hey, this is a Bloodborne reference. Ah, this is a Bloodborne reference. Interesting. At least it appears to be. This is the hunter. Yeah, this appears to be a Bloodborne reference. Got the gun. How old qualifies as hag? Yes. Once you hit 18, you're a hag. We have officially established. Once you hit 18, you're expired to some people. Beast King DDD. I was already like, that seems to be King DDD. Just, a lot, less, chunky than he usually does. And here he looks a lot more angry. You realize now? I've not played Bloodborne ever. But I just know it because how much people want to have it back. Is that how they've removed Australia and Israel for the European song contest? Is that how they did it? Because remember, they're part of the Eurovision Song Contest, but they're not in Europe. Smacked the shit out of him. Like a real look at his face. Look at homie's face. Look at both their faces, in fact. Look at them. Bro is cooked. Homie is in fact cooked. Damn. Wait, do you just lose the laugh from, what was it? Super Mario 64? Could be a different laugh though. Hi Chanel, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Long time no see. That's some deep shit. Truly deep. God soloed. Easy. Kirby's Christian confirmed. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah. Wait, there's still small part at the end. Yeah, now we're done. Well, Christian Kirby confirmed. Christian Kirby confirmed. Incredibly based. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. That was a good animation. That was a fun fun combination of things in a video. I like that animation. I need more of these stupid things. Kirby has seen the light. So true. So true. Hey, still not as far as Link, because Link actually has concept art of being Christian, so there's that. But yeah, that was a nice video. That was a nice video. For sure. He's not Kirby. He is Pope Kirby. That's crazy. Well, now we do it. I'ma do it. I'ma do it. I'ma do it. The final video of today. I'ma do it. As Deer Hat requested. We're gonna do it. Prepare for some horrible shit. The last video of today will be Meat Canyon. The last video of today will be Meat Canyon. Get ready for some cursed shit. I want to send you all to bed with some really cursed shit. It's time. Gooner by Meat Canyon. All I'm gonna say is, quit your porn addiction. That's all I'm gonna say. Quit your addiction. Quit it. Quit your corn addiction. If you are a gooner. Anyways, Meat Canyon, let's go. Seems fairly innocent for now. We have somebody whose head seems to be... whose eyes seem to be quite low, but seems normal. W stream. Ciao. Take care, Joe. Take care. Have a nice night or day. Be a gooner. No, don't. Quit your addiction. Disgusting.
Hello, my name's Melvin. I'm with the Big Brother program.
Oh yeah.
Melvin. Big Brother. Melvin M. Certified. Don't mention his father. Blood type we don't see. Male. Hair is black. Height 1 meter. So I didn't watch your stream fully. I'm busy with assignment. Have you seen my share link video? No, I haven't. I want to put out more content anyway, so I might actually do some off-screen reactions as well. Potentially, I'll see about that. But yeah, take care, Ender Steve. Have a good day. Study for your work on your assignment.
Yeah, you're Luke's friend for hire.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Sure, come on in.
Oh no. Wait, it's pixelated. Why is it pixelated here? Is that Gooner sauce? It is Gooner sauce. Oh no. I don't know if I can make 18 minutes of this. Holy shit. Oh! Bro.
Let
Ah! What are you doing? Are you crazy? This language is too stimulating, and we agreed no cute animals. You know that will get Luke too excited.
Bro, this is terrible. Oh no. If it's sticky, then it is. Okay, it is. Bro, what did you suggest me? I'll kill you after this one, man.
Oh, Jared, I just want Luke.
I let the world know that you're actually British, dear. I let everyone know. I let everyone know that you're a UK man. Poke, am I cute? No. Nothing's cute anymore. Not that gooner. Yes, it is happening.
To have a nice day. I know, honey. Oh, I know. You're such a good mom.
Oh, you must be from Big Brother. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I'm no stranger to spending birthdays alone, so I was more than happy to be here. If you don't mind me asking, why can't Luke have animals on his banner? Well, Luke gets a bit excited and becomes distracted.
Because he will furiously masturbate.
Jared!
What? What am I going to do? Lie to the guy? Luke is addicted to masturbating. There.
Luke is a corn addict, pretty much, Goonia, but not that gooner. I don't want to know what you goon through, homie. Ugh.
There, I said it.
He calls it gooning. It's a defense mechanism he picked up.
Wait, they put every, they put this in like a protection case and everything else as well. So if he goons, it doesn't go on there. Bro.
When his father left us 10 or so years ago.
Defense mechanism, my ass.
I'm gonna get started on his cake. Why don't you show Melvin to Luke's room?
Okay, dear. Yep, gonna do that. I just... Listen, get out of here while you still can.
He can't be that bad. When my dad left our family,
Look around you. Everything is covered in his goon juice.
Goon juice. Bro, everything. You see that here? You see that on the floor? You see that up here in the corner? Do you see that on the wall behind me? It's in the wall there, it's everywhere. Dear, what did you do? Why did you send me this?
I've been married to Linda for 5 years, and this condition has only gotten worse. The kid's a lost cause. I'm here for Luke, and I'm not gonna leave.
Bro, why does bro look like Gollum from the Lord of the Rings?
Upstairs. First door on the right. I warned you.
Deer just wanted to show us a video of his family. That is very... Wait, what? No. But he calls me father. Cocos, no! Also, everything's covered in goon juice. Everything. I think this might be as well. Everything's covered in seed. Bro's gonna drown in semen. It's coming out from the doors! It's coming out from the door here and down here! Even the door handle!
Hey Luke, happy birthday, man. Oh my god!
Bro, he's sweating, he's fat! Oh my goodness, bro, this is crazy. This is horrid, man. You have to imagine this, right? Someone sat down and drew all of this and animated it. Therapy, maybe?
What do you want? Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't. Just come in and shut the door. I'm almost finished. Sorry, needed the good before.
He's an ugly bastard, back tits. He's an ugly bastard. That's what he is. He doesn't even eat material. Holy shit, he does not need. His mind is enough. He had seen enough.
Before my friends got here. Today is a big day. It's my 21st birthday.
and my dad's coming to get me, you see. Wait, who are you?
I'm Melvin. I'm with the Big Brother program. Just here to hang out and help you celebrate your birthday.
God. I told my mom so many times that the only guests I wanted were my friends. But that dickhead Jared said that they were a bad influence on me. Stupid dumbass. I fucking hate him.
Well, I'm here to hang. You want to play a video game or you want to...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't say video games. I need to stay focused for when my friends get here.
Bro, nah, dude. This is crazy, bro. There's 14 more minutes of this.
Just in time. Quick, Melvin, watch the door. Make sure that parasite does...
What the fuck? So many papers, so many tissues. It's dripping out of his pants. He has the hairline of Asmongold. They even drew the stretch marks. Bro, nah, dude. There's a new level of Gooner. Yeah. Even has, like, stretch marks and shit. There's a reason the entire room is yellow. It's even down here. It's just everywhere. Lotion.
Come in here.
What are you doing?
Just keep your voice down and watch the door, okay?
Hey, what the hell is that?
Fuck off, Jared! You're not my dad! Did you bring it?
Of course. Good luck today, Luke.
Oh no, not the shirt. Not that shirt. They're all Gooners, aren't they? All of them. He's mythical and rank Gooning. I'm uncomfortable. Yep. I'm uncomfortable. He plays That's Deer. You know why? He plays Roblox. He is Emerald. He's Golden Gooner on like ranked Jerkmate.
All rooting for you.
Oh, finally.
Whoa, is that a snow globe?
No, you fool! It's a goon sphere.
A goon sphere? Oh no, the Roblox shirt on a Gooner. The goon sphere. That's crazy.
I transcended to another dimension when I was younger. I know this because when I gooned, I've been able to speak with him. And as I've gotten older, the connection has only become stronger. He shows me visions from another world. A world he wants to take me to. I
feel like I shouldn't be seeing this. You probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't. Nobody should be seeing this, actually.
Leave this place and finally be with him. He never wanted to leave. He had to light the way for us so we could live together forever. He would never leave me. You believe me?
Bro, what the fuck, dude? That made weird moments now. This is weird as shit. I think if it makes you uncomfortable, Eliza, you should probably go. Pack your things and leave. I think you should go. Before you get uncomfortable.
Right, Melvin? That my dad would never just leave me? Right? Melvin? Right? Melvin? Right? That my dad would never just leave? That he's not like a bad guy? Right, Melvin? Right?
Yeah, I believe you, Luke. You know, my dad left when I was young. And I never...
Good. Because there's something I need from you, Melvin. One big birthday gift from you to me.
What is it?
I need you to get me a nudie magazine from Jared's closet.
Luke, man,
The nudie magazine. Pretty good taste on that. Goodness. I'm so glad that I got out of this stuff. I want to go, but the morbid curiosity. Yeah, terrible, huh? I want to stop this actually too, but now I'm almost halfway in. I might as well do it.
I can't do that.
Melvin, please. I need a strong stimulant to arouse the powers that lie inside my fragile body. It's the only way the goon sphere can be activated to open the doorway between this world and my father's. Please, Melvin, you're the only person that believes me.
Fine. I'll help.
Yay! Yes, it's tender. Jared's room. In the closet. There's a yellow shoebox. That's where he keeps them. Please, Melvin, hurry. I don't have much time. Oh.
He's saying like he's gonna die from extensive beating it. Sank cost fallacy on gooning video. Exactly. The fallacy's getting me. I'm not a gooner. That's what they all say, and then they goon ferociously for hours and hours. Tissue for tissue.
Oh, Jared,
Oh,
hey.
okay.
Sorry, I must have gotten lost trying to find the bathroom in your house.
I'm infertile, you know. Say what? I always wanted a son, but couldn't have one of my own. God blessed me with a beautiful wife and a new family. But this is the son he gave me? I wanted to be a father so bad. But that thing in there is no son, just spilling his seed all over the house, calling out to a father who abandoned him at all hours of the night. It's not the boy mocking me. It's God.
The boy mocking me, it's God. That's interesting. Yeah, why do you have magazines, though? Hi again, what I missed. Know what? Don't answer that. You'll find out. You'll find out.
Another one of God's practical jokes.
What the fuck is wrong?
He didn't even give a rat's ass about the magazines, right? He didn't even care.
Wrong with this family?
Did you find it? Please tell me you found it. Please.
Luke, when my dad left when I was younger, it destroyed me. I would look for any escape from the pain I felt, but nothing would fill that empty feeling, and...
Our best bread recipe, 6 decades of pro tips, white suburban elderly magazine. The father looks a bit like Bro, poor Asmongold.
This is all I could find.
Yes. Oh my God, yes. Okay, this will do.
Bro, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nah, he's gooning. He is a gilf lover. He just is.
Oh, good looking. Pruny and juicy, just like I like it.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to help your mom while you're doing that.
No, Melvin! Don't leave!
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I get more aroused when people watch. It excites me.
No, that's okay.
Oh. Wait, the door closes by itself? He has actual magical powers. He gooned so much he became a wizard.
Oh, Sit down. It's gonna take a while. It'll be quick. It'll be quick.
Bro, this is stage 5, Gooner. There is sick in my mouth. He's summoning the 7 demons isekai time. The time I was reincarnated as a Gooner. It's crazy.
Oh my God.
I told you.
Luke, this is incredible.
Tell my mother that I'm going home.
Hey, you can't leave. You don't even know what's in there.
Don't lose faith in me now, Melvin. If your father was
No! Oh no, he touched him. He touched him. Oh no, in his hand.
on the other side of this door, would you hesitate for even a moment to be with him? Goodbye, Melvin.
Where's this going on the wet sounds? Add some roaches in this. Could be Quan Mill's book. This schooner got some roaches in his crib.
Luke, come downstairs. Your surprise is here.
Okay. Come on, birthday boy.
Can you just tell him to put his thing away and come down here?
Well, Melvin, go get Luke. Tell him his father's here.
Melvin?
If that's his dad, and the other, where did he go?
Where is Luke?
He's,
Oh my god!
Melvin?
So where's the kid? Kinda wanted to get some shots going.
Well, he said he was talking to you when he was masturbating.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll catch him on his 40th.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Do what? Do what?
The goon plane! Did he make it to the goon plane?
Where'd you go?
He's gone! I think he ran away!
The goon plane. He ascended to another level of goonery. A level of goon that cannot be perceived or achieved by any regular mortal. Imagine Guna have a superpower in anime? Oh, nah, bro. Stop this. You're giving them weird ideas.
My god, he did it. He's in the goon plane.
Goon plane? What is that? Where is he flying?
No, he opened up a portal. He said he was going to visit his father. Jared, what does this mean?
It means Luke has ascended. He walks with angels now.
Damn it, open it back up!
I don't know how to.
We could.
There's enough energy still left in the goonsphere from Luke's goon session. And even as lesser gooning shamans, we should be able to open a portal. Boys, man your positions.
Is someone gonna goon to go after him? Well, that was already... Yeah, they're going to. Redo of Healer don't count as goon superpower. Not really. I mean, technically, it was also an understandable crash out, technically. This rod or my rod? What kind of horrors am I gonna see now?
Melvin, what are you doing?
I'm going to get Luke. Oh, I'm very excited. All right, Luke, here we come.
Jared, you can't.
I'm going to get your son.
He hates the kid, yet he gets the son.
What is this nightmare?
Okay, the goon plane. Wow, it's even more beautiful than I could have imagined.
I expected much worse, actually. I missed the person that was before this video. Well, that person's dead, murdered by me reacting to this. I'm sorry. But also he has a tentacle on the shirt, I just realized, bro.
This must be where Luke is. He told us visions of the goon tower before.
It's just too... it's not... Okay, I expected much worse.
What is that? What is it?
What is that?
Oh my god, what is that? Run! Jesus God!
Are those sperm?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Run, Melvin! Save Luke!
Oh! What is this? What is it in?
Oh my god.
Is that the Goon Queen? The ghost of the released children? It might actually be. He absorbed him!
Let Luke go, you son of a bitch! Luke! Luke, look at me!
He can't hear you. He is in Gunvana. His mind.
He's in Gunvana. The time I got reincarnated back to the womb. Bro is gross as hell.
Mind is evolving rapidly.
I am unsubscribing. I'm deleting my channel. This is terrible. This is awful.
Don't you dare turn him into one of those freaks!
I wouldn't turn him into such a lower life vessel. His powers are far too valuable for that. I could sense Luke from eons away. I called to him, and he answered. He will be reborn as a higher life form, taking to my side as a son, a being of pure pleasure.
Luke! Wake up! Wake up, Luke!
Bro. I'm never taking Deer's requests ever again. I'm just saying that. I'm never taking his requests ever again. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm unmodding him. I'm taking his admin, his PP. I'm taking his wife, everything.
Luke! I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, I need you to know you're my son! You've always been my son since the moment I joined your family. And you can't blame yourself for your father leaving. Sometimes life just deals you a shit hand. Blood or not, you will always be my son.
The others were much faster. I don't know why that took so long. Your power, it grows. Release my dad! His flicker going so fast that I can.
What the fuck is flicker gooning? What the fuck? But hey, he's getting stronger. Maybe he might beat his gooning, in fact. I'm hoping. I have hope for him.
Can't even see his hands move. That's so hard. This is a fight you cannot win. Abandon your earthly ties or face my power. I found what I've been looking for. And your power isn't one of them. Yes, I've been doing this for.
Bro, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? And you have to night night duck. Bye bye. Good night, Sumex. Rest well. Remember, guys, somebody sat down, drew this, and somebody afterwards animated it. Why?
Open the good portal and get out of here. I'll hold him off.
You will have to help me. I can't open the portal on my own.
I wouldn't want to watch this shit. Well, it's animated with one hand too. I don't think so. I don't think so. We'll mention this in confession. Nobody will ever talk about this. We will never talk about this ever again once this is over.
Dad, get out of here! I'm here with you, son.
It's open! Come on! Now, let's go, Dad! You will not deny my power! You will come back to me, Luke.
Stay away from my son!
Freaky ass shit, wholesome to a whole another level. Guys, this is the reason I am an atheist. There is no God, only the goon realm. Nah, bro. God is real.
She's taking your beard.
Like that. Big old piece of lappy taffy barking at you. Looks like a piece of chewed up bubble gum. I love you, Dad. I love you, son.
He's finally getting
I'm so happy. I love you, Linda.
Happy birthday, Luke. It's my birthday.
I'm so happy. Melvin.
Get your ass in here, Melvin.
Oh, this one is so much closer together.
Bro, this is ass. Not the mom. Yes, the mom too.
I fucking love you guys.
You're my 21-year-old baby boy.
You're my dad.
Oh. You're my dad and I'm your boy.
This was probably one of the worst videos I ever watched. From now on, I'm going to absolutely double check what Deer is sending me. Every single time. I will quadruple, I will quintuple, I will check it tenfold. If that's the necessity I need to do. What the fuck are you watching, Deer? What the fuck are you watching? What are you watching? There's a reason you don't get any bitches, and it is this. I just wanted to tell you that. Bro. Bro. Never again. Wanna go back to Cody animation? I'm taking no more requests from you, homie. Never again. Never again. I feel Violet will be suing you for damages. Sue Deer! Sue Deer! He recommend you sue the recommender. He's right here. Sue him. Sue him, it's right here. If I was the YouTube owner, I would ban this shit. Yeah, for real. That was crazy. Well, that will still get an upload though. I will probably not even upload this one. That was a waste of time. Now bitches are watching themselves for real. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't upload this one. That's too much. That's too much. I'm not uploading this one. Fine, I'll sue Deer instead. Yeah. I won't be uploading this one. This Meet Kenyon video, nah, that's too much. What a good video to end on. Yeah, pretty much. It was horror. Usually I watch horror towards the end, so that works perfectly. Upload it, I don't know about that one. Anyways, guys, I must end here. Thank you so much for watching today. Thank you. In fact, numbers-wise, this was a pretty good stream, so thank you very, very much. Thank you. And yeah. Have a good day or night. No, you have to. I beg of you. Fine, I'll upload this shit. Fine. But yeah, I will see you tomorrow with the usual thing. Except for Eliza. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Have a good night or day. And yep, bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.